Every time I see you on TV, man, I got to say, you got this Sonny Corleone hair going and it looks great, man.
Thank you. Luckily, I don't have Sonny's temper all the time. And unlike Sonny Corleone, I have Easy Pass. Thank you for getting that, guys. I appreciate that.
What a reference.
Sonny Corleone at Easy Pass. He'd be alive today, damn it.
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
At Independence Blue Cross, we believe in giving you the tools you need to pursue your healthiest life. From premiums as low as $0 per month to health discounts and cash rewards, it pays to have coverage with Independence. With the strongest network of doctors and hospitals in the region and free 24/7 virtual doctor visits, you can feel confident that quality care is all.
Or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Overstock emergency. Turn 7 liquidation. Must sell off immediately. This is it. No games. Everything to the bare walls. At the Philadelphia Mills and Moorestown Mall. Turn 7 liquidation centers. Electronics, furniture, bed and bath, computers, apparel, outerwear, pet supplies, sporting goods, designer home decor, toys. Drastically marked down 60 to 90% off. Everything from the nation's biggest online retailers must be sacrificed now. Turn 7. Philadelphia Mills, Moorestown Mall. Dealers welcome. Turn 7 liquidations.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
On Duffy,
I'm Janice Dean.
I'm Tom Shalhoub, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Thursday, February 8th, 2024. I'm Jessica Rosenthal. After voters decriminalize small amounts of drugs, Oregon lawmakers say they need to reverse course on that, following large increases in overdose deaths.
The way to get them into rehabilitation is to have the capacity to hold them accountable.
I'm Dave Anthony. The Supreme Court will hear a big case today that could affect who we vote for this year. Whether Colorado and maybe other states can remove former President Trump from the ballot.
These are uncharted waters, both for this particular point in time, but also just in American history. We've not had to explore this before in this way.
And I'm Bethany Mandel. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
In 2019, there were 280 unintentional opioid overdose deaths in Oregon. After a large increase in such deaths the following year, Oregon voters then passed Measure 110 in 2021. That decriminalized possessing small amounts of drugs, including drugs like heroin and cocaine. In 2022, there were 958 overdose deaths. And the data for the first half of 2023 shows the state was well on the way to eclipsing that number. Now there's agreement. Measure 110 isn't working, and lawmakers want to reimpose jail time for drug possession.
I don't think that we should criminalize addiction.
But Democratic Representative Kate Lieber said of their proposal that could result in 30 days in jail for possession.
We did remove a tool, and we are simply giving that tool back to the police.
But Republicans like Representative Tim Knopp want up to a year in jail.
You have a drug dealer who is literally getting paid and giving something that will potentially kill them, and in fact, many times does. And so I think there should be a higher penalty for that.
Ahead of a legislative session that began Tuesday, lawmakers heard from people who assessed Measure 110. The Secretary of State's audit manager, Ian Green, told a legislative committee last month that most providers who offer drug treatment in the state haven't even spent their Measure 110 grant money.
There was no clear pattern on the low spending, so we inquired with providers what barriers existed for them to spend these funds. The most commonly cited reasons were difficulty hiring staff and high housing costs. Burn providers also cited a lack of funding stability and limitations on client referrals.
Dr. Andy Mendenhall, president at Central City Concern, said there just aren't enough resources.
We don't have enough services. The healthcare costs themselves are unsustainable, and it's truly unacceptable to watch people get worse and die. It's unacceptable as well, and we see this at Central City Concern all the time. We watch folks get worse, and then they offend, resulting in a stay at the Oregon State Hospital, or they go to prison.
So is adding jail time back into the equation here the answer to addiction? And what's been the real impact of decriminalizing drugs?
The disaster has been that folks from other states who want to have easy access to hard drugs know that they can come to Oregon, and that under the current system, there is no accountability.
Kevin Mannix is a Republican representative in the state of Oregon.
And we have, unfortunately, the sad situation of folks who are drug addicted using drugs in public. There is no opportunity for law enforcement to be able to intervene and to hold them accountable other than to stand there and write them a $100 citation, which they can hand to the drug-affected person. That drug-affected person has no sanction other than, well, if they don't call this 800 number, they might have to pay $100 someday. Well, the reality of collecting on that is ludicrous. And we found that the 800 number that folks are supposed to call to get direction as to treatment is hardly ever used by anybody. So we've created a system of no accountability. And we also, as part of that, have failed to fully implement solid rehabilitation programs, which we definitely need, so that if we have true compassion for those who are using hard drugs, we need to make sure we do get them into rehabilitation. The way to get them into rehabilitation is to have the capacity to hold them accountable.
And we'll get into that in a little bit. But have you? I assume you've all heard. I've heard. One of my best friends lives in the Portland area. I assume you've all heard from business owners, residents. What have they told you about, I guess, the picture, what they're seeing and experiencing, especially in downtown Portland, as it relates to crime and homelessness? Maybe not caused by this decriminalization, but at least correlating to it.
Well, I think the decriminalization is a significant causative factor which has triggered a population of homeless people. It's not the only cause of the homelessness, but it is certainly making it much worse. And my best example is a conversation I had this morning with someone who is a resident of a Portland suburb who told me, I won't bring my kids into Portland anymore. I'm worried about what they're going to see, the garbage in the streets, people hanging around, the dangerousness of those people. It's like going into a third world country in terms of the streets right now. And that is a terrible, terrible situation that we need to remedy.
Well, it sounds like both sides of the political aisle in Oregon do want a remedy, and it sounds like both sides do want to reimpose some jail time. I guess the question is how far each side wants to go. Is it easy to overturn a voter initiative with a vote of lawmakers?
Well, I think the important thing is that the voter initiative was really about us dedicating the marijuana tax dollars to drug rehabilitation. And we are maintaining that. In fact, we're making it work more effectively through this legislation that's pending, making it more effective and more efficient. So we're fulfilling the main thrust of the voter intent. The second part of the voter intent, there was not much debate about the decriminalization. It was sort of whispered as part of this initiative. And what I have found, is voters meant that, well, we don't want people spending years in jail because of drug possession. But no one had realized how the lack of any accountability would lead to the terrible situation we're facing now. And so voters have told me, I've changed my mind. I want something done. And we are co-equal with the people. I'm a great believer in the initiative process, but the vote of the people on the ballot is a legislative act by them. We are also the legislature, and we can take action. We should approach any vote of the people that's passed with caution. Here, we will fully implement what they wanted, which is let's have strong rehabilitation services, but at the same time, let's work out an accountability system that allows us to deal with the deadly hard drugs that are now on the streets in Oregon.
I understand overdose deaths increased 70% or close to 70% in the first 2 years after this measure passed. So from like 2021 to 2023. Are you sure this is entirely due to decriminalization, that number, or is it because also, or at least in part, that so many drugs now have fentanyl in them, and that's a nationwide problem?
The use of fentanyl, the availability of fentanyl, the infection of other drugs with fentanyl to try to amplify the effect of those other drugs, those factors are all there. But the most dramatic factor here is that you can openly be engaging in drug use and there are no sanctions, there is no real accountability, and that unfortunately has encouraged additional drug use. It also has meant that the drug traffickers, and I'm talking here about the criminals who are, trafficking drugs for money, know that this is a market where they have a ready market available of customers who are not going to be held accountable for their use. So we've opened the door to this expansion of the death rate. And again, there are other factors at work, but I think the fact that we're not able to hold people accountable for drug use, even in public places, has exacerbated the situation significantly.
I was just going to ask you about that, actually, because opioid-related overdose deaths have increased all over the country. And leaders in every state and even counties and cities are pointing to the border. Do you look at the border? Do you feel that? You kind of just hinted at it, right? That you feel with this decriminalization, a situation that's sort of an open invitation to those trafficking or selling drugs. Are you paying attention, I guess, to what's happening at the border then?
Well, we're certainly aware of what's happening at the border, and that's certainly an area where our federal government needs to be taking strong action. But in terms of the 48 states of the continental states in the U.S., leave out Alaska and Hawaii because of the distance factors, we're dealing with a situation where Oregon is the most lucrative market for the traffickers that have brought the hard drugs into Oregon, including fentanyl, into the United States, including fentanyl, because they know that they've got customers that don't have to worry about being accountable for using it.
You feel that there's evidence there that makes Oregon the place where they make the most money, or that it's the most lucrative because of that?
It is the most lucrative. We have a secondary border crisis. We have the border crisis with Mexico. The secondary crisis is the Oregon border, where if you're a trafficker and you cross the border into Oregon, you've got a ready market where the purchasers and the users know that they are not going to be held accountable. And that is unique among the 48 continental states. And sadly, that tells the traffickers this is a place where you can find more customers.
Okay, this act that was approved, Measure 110, it's also called the Drug Addiction Treatment and Recovery Act. It sounded like, per a Secretary of State's office audit that was talked about last month, that those who qualify for grant money to provide treatment and recovery aren't using the money. And they're citing things like difficulty in finding people to work and that being linked to high living costs. Has enough of an effort, and I think you've alluded to this already, has enough of an effort been made to properly get people into treatment and actually let this measure do what it's called?
Well, the real problem there is the Measure 110 also changed the structure for distribution of money for rehabilitation. Now the money is going through large statewide organizations without strong local connections. And part of our effort here is to reverse that process and have much more locally based programs available, and to make sure the money is infused into those programs. They are more cost effective and they are more efficient in terms of addressing the issue at a local level. So your local counties and cities will be back into the capability themselves to address this using some of this money. Right now, they've been left out of the mix.
Do you think there's a way to fix Measure 110, or is it done? Like, is jail time just needed, or could there be like a situation where you're more nuanced, like criminalize just fentanyl, or phase out jail time as long as there are treatment programs and counselors and resources available? You know what I mean? Like, is jail for drug use the only answer here?
Let's understand that a person who is drug addicted per se is a person for whom we have to have compassion. And as part of that compassion, we also need to understand that we need to have a system where, we can require them to get into treatment. And the law enforcement system is a significant tool for that. Without the law enforcement element, it is much harder. That does not mean we should have drug-addicted people languishing for a year in our county jails without treatment. It means that we have to have the opportunity to press them into treatment. I'll use driving while intoxicated as an example. In Oregon, that's a Class A misdemeanor, but on the first event, you can go into a diversion program and have your alcohol issue addressed and cleaned up, and then that charge is set aside. Something similar is what we need to do in regard to street drug use.
Oregon Republican Representative Kevin Minix, thank you so much for joining.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss this.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Our free 2024 Gold Investment Guide isn't just a collection of tips. It's a treasure map to possible wealth in a shifting economy. We've distilled expertise and insights into this comprehensive guide, tailored for both newcomers and veteran investors. Ride the wave of gold to unprecedented heights. Call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000 for your free guide. Call 800-900-8000 now.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
NASA launches a climate satellite into orbit to survey the world's oceans and atmosphere. Rescuers fight heavy snow as they try to access the Marine helicopter carrying 5 troops that went down near San Diego. And Pakistanis vote for a new parliament a day after bombings at polling stations killed at least 30 people.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've helped over 300,000 qualified consumers. Hardworking Americans just like you pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Accredited Debt Relief will tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. So call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny.
Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. That's 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. Program and services not available in all states.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Download the free Upside app and earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GIFT for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code GIFT.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, February 8th. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. The NFL says they're ready to handle the security demands of Super Bowl 58 Sunday in Vegas. NFL Chief Security Officer Kathy Lanier saying fans will play a central role in ensuring safety.
Please note that access to the stadium campus will be restricted to Super Bowl ticket holders only.
This will be the first Super Bowl held in Vegas as the 49ers battle the Chiefs. The Chiefs looking to win the championship in back-to-back years. And long-shot Democratic candidate Marianne Williamson has suspended her presidential campaign, announcing the move in a lengthy statement emailed to supporters Wednesday night. I'm Ted Lindner. It's the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dom Giordano.
Kane on the Dom Giordano Show. Kane, Glenn Jacobs, I think you rather enjoy being called out by President Trump as Kane.
Well, you get called out by Donald Trump no matter what he calls you, I guess. Although sometimes he calls people not very nice things. But nevertheless, it's awesome. And I can't run from who I am. And I'm actually really proud of my experience in WWE.
It's Downtime. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
February is the perfect time to get your orders in for a sumptuous meal for Valentine's Day from Captain Chucky's. Right now, try the all-new Bang Bang Jumbo Lump Crab Cake, a delicious, creamy 5-ounce jumbo lump breaded crab cake with a kick for those who like to spice it up with some heat. Check your nearest store for availability. Locations everywhere. Visit WeLoveCrabCakes.com. That's WeLoveCrabCakes.com. Don't forget to order for the big game. Visit the location nearest you. WeLoveCrabCakes.com.
If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've helped over 300,000 qualified consumers. Hardworking Americans just like you pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Accredited Debt Relief will tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. So call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny.
Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. That's 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. Program and services not available in all states.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home will pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardie plank or vinyl siding will truly add value to your home. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers will value updated new siding. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball and plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA, at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
More record closes on Wall Street Wednesday. The Dow with its 10th record close of the year, gaining 156 to finish at 38,677. The S&P 500, its 8th record close of 2024, gaining 41 to finish at 4,995. The Nasdaq also gained 148. Earnings reports later today from ConocoPhillips and Philip Morris, plus the weekly jobless claims report. Disney's better-than-expected earnings of $1.22 a share led to a jump in company stock in after-hours trading, and it's investing $1.5 billion for a share of Epic Games, the makers of Fortnite, to create a universe using Disney characters. And Mattel's sales jumped in the fourth quarter after the box office success of Barbie continued to boost results, but Mattel is not expecting an improvement in 2024 because of sluggish toy sales. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
He's facing 4 criminal trials this year, but former President Trump remains the Republican frontrunner in his bid to return to the White House.
I consider it a great badge of honor.
That's what he's been telling supporters at rallies.
Because I'm being indicted for you.
Now there's another attempt to derail his candidacy, and it's gone all the way to the Supreme Court, where today the justices will consider his appeal to a Colorado Supreme Court ruling that's currently on hold that disqualifies him from being on the 2024 primary ballot, claiming he violated a provision of the U.S. Constitution by taking part in an insurrection, the 2021 Capitol riot. The same reason Maine's Secretary of State, a Democrat, has also removed the Trump name from the ballot there. And President Biden agrees, telling reporters in December,
You saw it all. Now, whether the 14th Amendment applies, and let the court make that decision. But he certainly supported an insurrection. There's no question about it. None. Zero.
Now, the Democrat-led House impeached the former president for inciting an insurrection a week after the Capitol riot, but the Senate acquitted him after he left office. Now, Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz says,
the very experts who often get on television and talk about securing democracy seem to be the first to want to then remove a candidate from the ballot because they are afraid that he is too popular.
Today, the Supreme Court considers whether the former president can be disqualified.
That would effectively disenfranchise millions of Americans who want to vote for the candidate of their choosing, here that being Donald Trump.
Carrie Urbahn is Fox News legal editor.
There is a federal statute that addresses insurrection head-on. The former president has not been charged under the statute anywhere. And it's notable that DOJ and Jack Smith, special counsel, who's currently prosecuting Donald Trump over January 6th related offenses, did not bring the charge of insurrection. So first and foremost, he's not been charged with this anywhere, nor has he been convicted. And the former president is arguing in his brief before the Supreme Court that he did not engage in insurrection. And in fact, he points to the fact that the court primarily relied not just on the report, but on the actions of others, on the mob and the crowds who did what they did on the Capitol grounds. And he would point to, and he did in his briefs, the fact that he said to peacefully go home and the like. And so that's where that particular argument lies.
Another question is whether or not this Section 3 of Article 14 of the Constitution relates specifically to presidents, because it talks about someone who had sworn an oath to the Constitution, and it blocks them from holding office again. But he claims, and his lawyers claim, he's not an officer as president, so therefore it doesn't apply to him. Does that make legal sense to you?
And that's the argument that he's leading with, because if you take a look at the actual text of the Constitution, I'm looking at it right now, and anyone can pull this up and look at it as well. Yes, that Section 3 under the 14th Amendment says that no person shall be, president, and a number of other things if they previously took an oath as an officer of the United States, and they list other things as well, and then engaged in insurrection. And Donald Trump is arguing, well, this section doesn't even apply to me because I'm not an officer. Presidents are not officers for purposes of the Constitution. They appoint officers.
Well, this all dates back to right after the Civil War, correct? I mean, that was the whole goal of this provision of the Constitution. Am I right?
Mm-hmm. It does. That's where its historical roots are.
They were trying to prevent Confederates from having important roles again.
That's correct. And another thing is, if you take a look at the text of this section, and this is an argument that Donald Trump's making as well, is that it says no person shall hold this office if they've engaged in insurrection. And so Donald Trump's saying, well, this is about office holders, not office seekers. I'm an office seeker, and this section does not speak to that specifically.
Okay, so what I guess that if you parse that down, that it doesn't say that he can't run for president.
Right, that's exactly right. That's one of the arguments. In fact, there was a very interesting amicus brief filed that made that point pretty strongly.
That he can be a candidate. Then, but let's go down this path.
Yeah, well,
he says he can be a candidate. Yeah, he can be a candidate. Why he can't be barred. What if he wins?
This is where it gets, incredibly complicated, and I can't even imagine the ramifications if one was to go down that path. And so it's going to be very interesting today to hear what the Supreme Court has to say. I expect a lot of questions along these lines, given that these are uncharted waters, both for this particular point in time, but also just in American history. We've not had to explore this before in this way.
There have been arguments for the movement to remove him from ballots, that the courts and conservatives have said, look, we're all for states' rights, that the Constitution lets states have rights. So if the court doesn't allow Colorado to do what they're attempting, that they would be hypocrites for not letting the state have the right to do what it wants to do.
This is, again, where I think it gets very tricky in that, okay, fine, but what's the process? And that's why if you go back to the section under the Constitution, it talks about there's a congressional procedure that takes place if this was once this is found to be the case. And so what I've seen argued is that if Congress wants to find Donald Trump guilty of insurrection and therefore not eligible to be president of the United States, that they need to pass legislation in order to make that happen. That's a pretty prevalent argument out there right now. Whether it holds water before the Supreme Court is a different question.
A lot of times the court likes to make narrow rulings, not broad ones. How could a court decision in this case limit it to just, say, the Colorado issue, but not be universal for all the states?
I would imagine the Supreme Court recognizes the gravity of this particular case and its implications elsewhere, and I'd be surprised if they rule in a way that is very specifically limited to just the facts in Colorado. Now, you're right that they do like to rule narrowly normally, but I think they could hone in on whether or not this section even applies to a president of the United States, whether or not a president, for purposes of this section, is considered a, quote, officer of the United States. And that's a way to do it narrowly, but would have the national implications that are, quite honestly, probably necessary in order to ensure a stable election and the process.
There is another Trump case that also may reach the Supreme Court soon, related to his federal indictment on charges over his efforts to overturn the 2020 election. A D.C. appeals court on Tuesday rejected his claim that he has absolute immunity from prosecution for all official acts taken while he was president. That Trump appeal has already prompted the judge to postpone a March trial date, and he has until Monday to appeal this decision to the Supreme Court. The former president posted on Truth Social before the Tuesday ruling, if immunity is not granted, every president who leaves office will be immediately indicted by the opposing party.
It's significant in that it can potentially, on one hand, there's a balance at play, and this is what the court got into in their decision. They said, look, we're balancing criminal accountability against a president's ability to govern effectively and not have to be basically looking over their shoulder and thinking about, will I be prosecuted for this once I leave office? And they say here, these are rules that Trump violated laws of general applicability, criminal laws, and therefore he's not immune, and we're going to treat him like any other criminal defendant. But it's pretty significant in terms of what it means for potentially opening the door for political prosecutions or persecutions going forward.
The argument was, or one of them is, that he shouldn't be charged with a crime if he was never impeached by the Congress or even removed in a trial by the Senate. But let's just say a president does something that went afoul of the law, but he had support enough in Congress to keep him in office, and politically they didn't want to remove him, but he still committed a crime. I mean, don't we run into an issue there?
Well, I thought that was probably the weakest argument that the Trump team made. I think that, I think their 30,000-foot approach, which is that if you do not grant presidents immunity for acts, whether they're official or not, during office, you're going to run the risk of the second that person gets out of office for their political enemy to go after them. I think that's a very common sense argument. You don't have to be a lawyer to understand that, and I think that holds water. And the court here said, well, we don't think that's going to be the case because, look, here we are on this, and this hasn't happened before, so we're not especially worried that anyone's going to abuse it. I mean, personally, I think that's a bit naive given how the justice system has been operating over the last several years, especially when it comes to Republicans versus Democrats. And so while that, is maybe how it should be, it's not how it's been.
There are quite a few people who think that the Supreme Court may not want to touch this one. They just let the D.C. court opinion lie and let it go. Is that what you think might happen?
It's so hard to predict what the Supreme Court will do or not do. They could say, it's not at a stage where they're ready to get involved. Perhaps it needs to go to trial. And if he appeals whatever decision, if it's an unfavorable decision towards him, maybe at that point they would weigh in. But on the other hand, though, it's such an issue of huge importance for not just this particular election, but the future of the presidency and the limits or not limits on a president's power that they may decide to get involved. But it's anyone's guess if they will or not.
The former president appointed 3 of the 9 justices that are currently on the Supreme Court. However, he didn't get a lot of help from them in his 2020 election challenges. The court allowed New York investigators and Congress to get his tax records, didn't stop Democrats in Congress from getting the documents they wanted in the Capitol riot investigation, and they didn't get involved like he wanted them to do to help in the classified documents case, and that's another criminal trial looming. Just because you have conservatives on the court doesn't necessarily mean they're on his side on all these things. Is that fair to say?
Oh, for sure. And also, it only takes 4 yes votes for a Supreme Court to hear a case. And we don't know. So when the Supreme Court decides to take up a case and there are those, they have the 4 votes, we don't know who those 4 votes are. But I'll tell you who does know who those 4 votes are. And those are the 9 justices. And they are, I'm sure, behind the scenes taking temperature checks, figuring out what their colleagues are going to do. Because, yes, on one hand, you might have a wing of the court that says that the D.C. Federal Appeals Court made the right decision in rejecting absolute immunity when it comes to federal criminal prosecutions. On the other hand, you might have another wing who says, no, that's not a good idea. But no justice wants to be in a position of inadvertently making new law that they didn't want to be making in the first place. So there are all kinds of calculations that go into something like this.
Carrie Urbahn, Fox News legal editor, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Dom time. Dom's here down on weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Most folks don't realize this fact. Our country is only 4 missed meals away from chaos, and those meals can vanish fast. In a national emergency, fragile supply chains break down and will wipe grocery store shelves clean in a matter of hours. Before this happens, there's something you should do today. That's stock up on emergency food storage. My Patriot Supply is the company millions of American families trust for their emergency supplies. You should, too. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com and secure their best-selling 3-month emergency food kits. Each kit contains delicious breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging over 2,000 calories per day. My Patriot Supply also sells large solar generators, gravity-powered water filtration systems, off-grid room heaters for when the power goes out, heirloom seeds, and other survival necessities. Order by 3 p.m. and your items ship the same day, fast. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com right now. Those who know what's coming prepare before the chaos starts. MyPatriotSupply.com.
You can live out your MasterChef dreams when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
My father taught me never put yourself in a situation where you have to say you're sorry. Great advice, right? So why do you only have one key to your car? Seriously, don't wait until you're apologizing to your wife or husband, or even worse, your boss, because you lost your keys. Save yourself that headache. Head to McCausland Lock Service and get yourself a spare. You're supporting small business when you do and saving up to half of what you'd pay at a dealer. Call McCausland Lock Service for a quote today. 610-430-1500. 610-430-1500.
Have you ever walked a dog without a diaper? Or been so hungry you ate more than 3 sandwiches? In the wrong state, that could make you a criminal. There are ridiculous laws on the books everywhere, like laws that criminalize HIV. These HIV laws are out of touch with science and our society. They ruin lives by perpetuating stigma and racism. And they're on the books in over 30 states, maybe even here. It's time to repeal these ridiculous laws. Take action at healthnotprisons.org.
Every child deserves the best teachers, facilities, and academic programs to set them up for success. At Milton Hershey School in Hershey, Pennsylvania, we make that a reality for children from qualifying families who are looking for greater opportunities. Milton Hershey School enrolls students from pre-K through 12th grade from across the United States to live and learn on a beautiful state-of-the-art campus with all costs covered. Are you looking to set your child up for success or know a child who could benefit from Milton Hershey School? Learn more at mhskids.org/admissions.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
Fox News, I'm Ted Linder. The search continues after the U.S. military says a missing Marine Corps helicopter was discovered in the mountains near San Diego. Several service members were on board.
The 5 were traveling from Creech Air Force Base in Clark County, Nevada, to the Marine Corps Air Station, Miramar, near San Diego, when the aircraft was reported overdue.
Treacherous conditions making it tough to search for those who were on board. And Donald Trump's attorneys are preparing their arguments before the Supreme Court. The justice is going to hear a Colorado case after that state's high court agreed the former president should be kept off the Colorado primary ballot, citing the 14th Amendment's insurrection clause.
The Supreme Court will have a big decision tomorrow, and this is specifically dealing with that part of the 14th Amendment. Arguments kick off at 10 o'clock tomorrow, and they are expected to go some time.
And that is Fox's David Spunt. The kickoff later this morning. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Cleveland Cavaliers kept on rolling Wednesday, defeating the Washington Wizards 114-106. This is their 7th straight win and their 15th in the last 16 games. Donovan Mitchell finished with 40 points on the night. In Major League Baseball, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. won his $19.9 million arbitration case against the Toronto Blue Jays. It's the highest amount ever awarded to a player following a hearing. And the NHL has announced that the 2025 Winter Classic will be held at Wrigley Field, home of the Chicago Cubs, and will feature the Chicago Blackhawks taking on the St. Louis Blues. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tony Genualdo, Fox News.
Now
an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Purdy gives Shanahan the ability to adjust and tweak a game plan in the moment and on the fly. And if you're saying to yourself, and I would be, well, you're supposed to do that. Everyone does that. Keep in mind there's a huge gap between those quarterbacks who can and those who can't. Why did Jimmy Garoppolo phase out in San Francisco? If the system makes the quarterback, where is Trey Lance? They're watching Brock Purdy throw 31 touchdowns and 11 interceptions, completing 70% of his passes. But the intangibles is what you really don't know until you see the guy process in the moment. The jump from the college defense to the NFL defense and facing them, many quarterbacks can't make that progression. Purdy's success has been because of that. He is ahead of the speed of the defense. And his big moments, a game-winning drive, taking the team to a long possession to milk the clock, I think it shows why he was mentioned for the NFL MVP just a couple of months ago.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Millions of Americans are losing their medical assistance or Medicaid coverage. If this affects you, Independence Blue Cross can help. You may be eligible to enroll in a health plan for as little as $0 a month. With Independence Blue Cross, you get the largest provider network in the area, including most Keystone First doctors and hospitals. We also offer free 24/7 telemedicine, coverage for hospital stays and prescriptions. See if you qualify for $0 health insurance and enroll today. Call Independence Blue Cross at 1-844-464-2583 or visit ibx.com/staycovered.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
1 in 5 rely on the Catholic Charities Appeal for help. The fact is, nearly 1 million times per year, our programs provide assistance to people in need. We can't do this vital work without you. Your gift matters. Go to CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org to donate today.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Bethany Mandel.
What's on your mind?
10 years ago, when our firstborn was a new baby, she projectile spat up on my MacBook, delivering a fatal blow to my only computer. Newly living on one meager income, we couldn't afford to replace it. My husband agreed to let me use his MacBook, with the promise that I wouldn't use it around our baby, who would do her best impersonation of a fountain several times a day. Literally the next day, our daughter fried my husband's computer in the same manner she destroyed mine. My husband was not thrilled. This is an understatement. My husband, the saint that he was, never freaked out, though he would have been justified in so doing. He merely said, through gritted teeth, "I wish that you had made different choices." He moved on, never throwing it in my face in the last decade. He's never even told the story to anyone, let alone publicly, lest he embarrass me. Sometimes in marriage, a spouse behaves badly, like really badly. And part of being married is bearing that frustration of the behavior in a way that is not destructive to the relationship. Recently, a TikTok video from a very different kind of wife went viral. A woman named Hannah, who posts under the handle healing_Sadie, spent a week upstairs with her son, deciding, inexplicably, to isolate after contracting COVID in the year 2024. I have questions, but whatever. When she came downstairs, the kitchen was not in great shape. The video is pinned on her profile. She's proud of having gone viral with a rant seen by over 4.5 million people about the state her husband left her kitchen in. The comments on the video went wild on her husband for leaving the kitchen in such a state of disarray and decay. Hannah made her husband the target of the entire internet, who used her story to claim that modern marriages simply weren't working. Inadvertently, Hannah did in fact highlight why many modern marriages are failing, but not because husbands don't chip in on household chores. Husband bashing and shaming has become an entire genre of internet content for modern women, who on one hand demand respect, in the form of cleaning the kitchen, apparently, but are all too willing to publicly disrespect their husbands, shaming them for the world to ridicule and despise. Women who claim to want a man to treat them well, but do not show that same courtesy in return. Some advice, put simply, you get what you give. That's not to say that all men or women would behave perfectly if just paired with the perfect spouse. But when someone, and let's be honest, it's usually the wife, complains publicly about their spouse, it's immediately clear that they, in all likelihood, have the spouse that they deserve and that they're asking for. They value the validation of internet commenters more than they value the sanctity, happiness, and longevity of their marriage. I don't pity women like Hannah, quite the opposite. I feel for their husbands. I shudder to imagine what it's like to live with someone who thinks so little of publicly humiliating the person to whom they have pledged their loyalty and devotion. Next time you see a woman publicly trading their marriage for likes and affirmation at the expense of their husband, say a quiet prayer for him. He's going to need it. I'm Bethany Mandel.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment by anyone associated with your housing, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances. If this happens to you, file a complaint with HUD. No strings attached. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you to the limits of your plan. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with promo code CLAY.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jeannie. I was sitting in traffic and I was hit twice from behind by 2 different cars. My first thought was Morgan & Morgan. I was very surprised at how easy it was. I did not have to go into the office. I did everything by text. They needed documents. I could sign them. I could upload them. I could send them right back with ease. Call Morgan & Morgan. It's easier than you think.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. We're just a phone call away. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
NJ Diet's results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, and no shots. NJDiet.com, NJDiet.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, February 8th. It is indeed Kayal and Company. You're right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. Social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Loaded show here on this Thursday as we get closer to the weekend. Super Bowl on Sunday. Dawn, how are you?
Good morning. Doing great this Thursday morning.
Gregory.
Present.
And accounted for.
I always feel like you're doing roll call in the morning.
I am.
Here.
Present.
Making sure all these students have shown up.
We have shown up on time and ready to do work.
For the next 4 hours, at least. Minimum. All
6 for Dawn.
Yeah, well, 6 for Dawn. And, I don't know, what, 8 for you?
Yeah, it's a long day. It's going to be a long day. It's all good, though. It's all good.
It's all good. He's like leaning down. What are you doing?
What do you do in your makeup?
My studio's a mess, and I'm just trying to
clean it up
a little bit. I have so many papers and computers and boards, and there's just so much going on over here.
All right.
Sorry.
We'll get back to Greg in a little bit. He'll be ready at 7:45. We've got a great big take this morning, I think, on parental accountability, parents and precedent over a unbelievably horrific case in Michigan. We will get to that this morning. Also, CBS, a little Super Bowl presidential hypocrisy. One guy declines, the other guy offers, and wait till you hear what the network is saying as to what their reason is for why they don't want the former president on television for the Super Bowl. We'll get to that this morning. Also, Rolling Stone magazine is stunned over some poll results with Donald Trump and dictator for a day. I think Van Jones might actually cry when he reads these results. We'll get to those as we continue. And also, airlines are back in the news, but you're going to have to wait to find out what we're talking about. Keyword wait. We will tell you about that. And speaking of keywords, we got a Disney keyword coming up at 8:30 today.
Yeah.
Keyword number 6.
I got a lot of messages, texts, and emails yesterday. Say, hey, I missed the 8:30. I'm like, you got to listen at 8:30.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
I'm not your personal. Just because we're
Alarm
friends
clock.
doesn't mean that I'm your personal.
Just text everybody in your phone today around 8:27 and say 3 minutes. Deadspin, lawsuit, that in the news. We'll get to that. The cut sheet's going to be great. We got a lot of good things to get to. But there is a lot of news, and there was a huge story yesterday, late in the 4 o'clock hour. Let's get to all of the good stuff at 6:05, round number 1, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning this Thursday morning, February 8th. Right now we're 33 degrees in Kayal and Company News Live. However, I'll tell you when the big spring-like warm-up will begin for you. But we do have a lot of breaking news right now this morning because we have an active scene. This is Delaware County, suburbs of Delaware County. I'll take you to at least 6 people are unaccounted for this morning after a house was set on fire yesterday afternoon. This happened during a shooting which injured 2 police officers. East Lansdowne, Delaware County, Pennsylvania, suburbs of Philadelphia, making national news last night and into this morning as that area cordoned off because police and authorities want to go inside because, as I say, at least 6 people are unaccounted for this morning. So it all started with a report, a 911 call of a 9-year-old being shot. Police were called to the scene. So the question is, was this a trick? Is there really an 11-year-old? They know that whoever owns that home has children, and so it's believed to be that after the fire, they've gotten the fire out. It's not safe yet to go inside, but is that 11-year-old inside? We just don't know this, and there are so many questions. At this point, when officers get out of their vehicle, as they were called to the scene there, they were fired upon. That suspect retreats back into the house, and then ultimately officers from Upper Darby, because all this law enforcement now is called in, officers down. So now you have all of these supporting units coming in, including SWAT ultimately. At this point, you see them, they drag these officers, literally drag them away from the scene to safety and rush them to the hospital. Unbelievable scene there.
Did they fire back at the suspect? What caused the fire? Because I was thinking, man, I'm wondering if they fired into the house and then the house exploded. You hit a gas stove or something like that. Do we know what caused the actual, or what happened first?
We know from all the residents, and there was a lot of cell phone video as well, that there was a lot of gunfire. So the question is, were they able to return fire? I know that for the 2 officers, they started running toward the fire because they believed that ultimately there are children inside.
Mm-hmm.
And so as everybody, there's all this panic and mayhem, but there were witnesses saying, they were saying active shooter. People were yelling that. And these officers, you see them, they're running toward the fire, toward the home, because that's where the 911 call came from.
Right. Wow.
So it's just a heart-wrenching situation, and many people talking about this last night. And again, as I say, into this morning, the entire block had to be evacuated.
Yeah.
And a man who lives, one of the witnesses, talking to authorities, they're just telling what happened. But ultimately, further information on the missing individuals, well, obviously that's expected, hopefully to be revealed this morning once investigators can get inside this charred residence.
Fox News broke into it yesterday at 4:50 during their normal programming, and I'm sitting there watching. I'm like, what in the world is this about? And I was texting you guys about it. All you could see was the aerial footage. The whole house was engulfed, and you could see the SWAT team and all these different, law enforcement officials lined up all the way down the block. It was unreal.
Yeah, it's so we're watching that. It's a developing story this morning. I want to point to another fire where firefighters were real heroes here. 4 people in the hospital this morning after they were victims of a fast-moving house fire. This happened in the city of Philadelphia's Olney section. So firefighters racing there to 5200 block of C Street. They did pull a 17-year-old boy from the home, saved him, and they say that it was so intense that a 44-year-old man actually jumped from the second-story window to escape all the flames, the smoke. He injured his leg. We don't know if it broke his leg, but severely injured his leg, but survived it. And then we have 2 other women, ages 48 and 65. They are also being treated for burns and smoke inhalation. The cause of that fire is still under investigation, but we're being told a very quick response time, and that firefighters were able to get these individuals, at least 3 of them, including that 17-year-old. Thank God they were able to get them to safety. And by the way, I will also tell you that in Delaware County, there was a lot going on. Earlier in the day, there were reports of a 15-year-old involved in a shooting, and that's why, if you wondered why so many reporters, news reporters, were in fact in Delaware County right there, it's because they were actually interviewing Jack Stolzheimer, the DA, at that point about another shooting involving a different teenager. So
what's going on in Delco?
Action Central, man.
I know.
Wow.
Well, East Lansdowne, as you know, it's right on the border of West Philadelphia.
It is.
And remember when we did all the coverage in Yeadon with the police chief who's now suing for discrimination? They called him Chief Chachi. He alleges that he was fired because he's a white guy and they wanted a black guy.
Yep.
He kept that crime down, and that was right on that border and he talked a lot about that, about holding the line, as it were, and a very highly effective police chief. We should check in on his lawsuit, but in any event, we just wanted to bring that to you for sure. We also have, there's so much going on today that I just want to remind you of. In Philadelphia City Council, we're always watching council on Thursdays, a point of interest for you, as Philadelphia City Council will be taking up a number of measures this morning. But one of them is actually legislation that would block the so-called James Bond devices. Those flippers, license plate flippers, about $200, and you put it on your license plate and then it flips so they can't see your Easy Pass, or if you're doing something you shouldn't be doing, they can't run your plates.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You've never heard of these things?
I mean, I've seen some people that have, it almost looks like a tinted window over their license plate, but what is this? I don't.
This flips it up, so if you go through an Easy Pass, they can't capture your license.
Oh, this is a little espionage stuff.
Yeah. So it's expensive. It's about $200, but I guess they really work.
I'm going to look into one of those.
Stop.
I get one on Amazon?
Don't say that.
Probably.
That's a sin. But we're also obviously watching with the Supreme Court expected, today to take up the Colorado ballot issue with former President Donald J. Trump, watching that one as well. But license plate flippers, we'll watch for that. among other things. Let's get to your forecast this morning really quick here. Nick Hill's got a great big take for you at 6:11. We want to get to our forecast as we begin the warm-up. So 52, 53 degrees, depending on where you are. Quite mild today. Oh, my goodness. And then for your Friday, 57 degrees. Again, bright, sunny, mostly sunny skies today and tomorrow. 57 for your Friday. 60 degrees, 60 for your Saturday. Now, overnight Friday into Saturday, maybe some sprinkles, nothing heavy. 60, mostly cloudy, but still 60. And then for your Sunday, 52 degrees. The sun, a sunnier day on Sunday, slightly cooler though. And then Monday, the first time that we've seen rain in a little bit. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:12 Thursday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And the Big Take this morning is brought to you by Holland Floor Covering. The Big Take, parental accountability. I'm a big believer in parental rights when it pertains to the culture wars in schools and what is being pushed on my children from a political or social or ideology standpoint. I'm also a huge proponent of personal accountability and responsibility. That applies to parents with their children as well. And how many times do we see minors making mistakes that lead you to wonder what's going on in that household? Does that 16-year-old who just committed a violent felony have a father in his life? Why is that 14-year-old female in the 4th percentile when it comes to her math scores? How did that kid get a hold of that firearm? And why are truancy rates so high? This is all about parents taking responsibility and holding their child accountable. And if they fail to do so, then I am not against parents being held liable. I mentioned last week on the show that I wondered what the upbringing was like for 32-year-old Justin Mon of Bucks County, who is charged with first-degree murder and abuse of a corpse after beheading his father and posting the grisly video on YouTube. Now, obviously, I'm not saying his parents would be liable for his actions as a grown man, but it's fair to wonder if and how they went wrong when he was a minor. Were there missed red flags and any warning signs? On the topic of parental accountability, we zero in on the horrific story of the Crumbly family, shooter Ethan, mother Jennifer, and father James. For those unaware of the details, on November 30th of 2021, Ethan Crumbly, 15 at the time, shot and murdered 4 classmates at Oxford High School in Oakland County, Michigan, which is in the Detroit area. The mass shooting was with a 9mm handgun that also injured 7 others. Crumbly pleaded guilty this past December and has been sentenced to life in prison. But here is where the parents and the unprecedented aspect comes into play. For the first time ever, the mother of the Oxford High School shooter, Jennifer, has been charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. Here was the verdict handed down from the jury just on Tuesday. Listen and watch.
Count 1 of involuntary manslaughter as to Madison Baldwin, we find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter. On count 2 of involuntary manslaughter in regards to Tate Muir, we find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter. On count 3, as to involuntary manslaughter regarding Hannah St. Juliana, we find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter. And in count 4 of involuntary manslaughter against Justin Schilling, we find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter. Thank you for allowing me to.
She will be sentenced on April 9th, and she faces up to 15 years in prison despite no criminal history. And the historic nature of this case is that it's the first time a parent has been charged and convicted in connection to a mass shooting by his or her child. District attorneys painted the picture that Mrs. Crumbly was a negligent parent and that this could have been prevented by adequate, attentive parenting. They say she ignored her son in crisis and still ended up buying him a gun while not getting him the mental health treatment he desperately needed. James Crumbly, the father of Ethan and husband to Jennifer, he is slated to go on trial March 5th. And all of this could have potentially been avoided. 4 students dead, 7 others injured, including a teacher, a 15-year-old at the time, now 18, in prison for life, a mother and wife who's going away, a father and husband soon to follow, and a family and a community and a school absolutely ruined. All because 2 adults didn't have the proper commitment, intuition, time, and desire to make sure that their child wasn't a threat to somebody else. Megan Stock wrote an op-ed in the New York Times 1 week ago on this groundbreaking case, and it's titled, "What is the Mother Really Guilty Of?" She writes the following. As the mother of a school shooter, Jennifer Crumbley must live with a reputation whose stains can never wash clean. Hunched in a Michigan courtroom these past weeks, Ms. Crumbley has wept at times listening to the testimony against her. As the jury starts deliberating the fate, Ms. Crumbley must know that, prison or not, she will always be a walking symbol of gun violence and bad parenting. I personally would alter that last sentence. I would say that Ms. Crumbley must know that she and her husband will always be a walking symbol of bad parenting, who glossed over mental health and then resulted in gun violence. And as I've said countless times, sane people don't commit mass school shootings. To my knowledge of having read this story, I'm not sure if Ethan, the son, the shooter, was taking any medicine for mental health, but if he was, once again, doping up our children on pills and then handing them electronics and smartphones and social media and having them zone out and leave us alone is not parenting. It is a recipe for failure. One thing worth noting, Stack writes, while the parents have been excoriated for giving him access to the gun, this is somewhat of a legal dead end. Michigan, at the time of the shooting, did not have a safe storage gun law on the books. It does now. The Crumbleys were not legally obliged to keep the weapon locked away from their son. But in my opinion, now that is obviously what the law was then and what it is now, but it still doesn't negate the fact that the parents need to be a part of their child's life, actively engaged and willing to do whatever it takes when any sort of warning or red flag surfaces. Here's a report from NBC Nightly News on this case. Listen and watch this.
Tonight, recorded in a squad car and played for a jury, a Michigan mom coming to terms with her son's rampage.
This is my son just ruined his life. I'll probably never see him again.
Jennifer Crumbley now facing involuntary manslaughter charges for the 2021 Oxford High School shooting, during which her then 15-year-old son Ethan killed 4 students. Prosecutors playing this video from the hours after. In Ethan's 2 bedrooms, investigators found boarded up windows, a BB gun, and targets riddled with bullet holes.
You know that he knows not like ammo fire? Yeah, because they're taking the gun range.
In his parents' bedroom, an empty gun box.
After James came home and we opened the gun box and the gun's gone.
Prosecutors arguing Crumbley and her husband, who will be tried separately, ignored warning signs their son could be violent. The defense arguing there's no way she could have prevented the shooting.
I'm not even having mental issues. I don't get what happened.
Oxford's then Dean of Students also testifying today. The defense arguing administrators could have done more, including searching Ethan's backpack, which contained a gun.
Your conclusion was that the shooter's son was not a threat.
There was no threat.
Maggie Vespa, NBC News, Chicago.
So, boarded up windows in his room, shooting a gun and having a BB gun in his room, and targets posted on the bedroom walls and door. That doesn't sound like standard operating procedure in my world of 15-year-olds. And I'm a big believer in the Second Amendment. I'm totally on board with you having as many firearms as you'd like. But the parents didn't find this to be slightly disturbing, something slightly off with their child. It's not like he asked his father to take him to the shooting range to get ready for deer hunting season. This, to me, was a warning sign, and it now looks like a precedent has been set. Be better parents, or be prepared to deal with the repercussions. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, Big Take this morning brought to you by Holland Floor Covering. It's the region's premier flooring dealer, family operated for over 50 years, providing exceptional service and professional installation. Visit their 2 showrooms in Wayne and Newtown. No charge samples, no obligation estimates. Learn more at hollandfloor.com. We'll come back, get some thoughts and reaction to the Big Take. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in at 1210 WPHT on social media, or, of course, on YouTube in the Kayal and Company comment community. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons. Nick, Dawn, and Greg back after this on a Thursday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
But you know, my kitchen is the heart of my home. If your kitchen or maybe your bath is outdated, you gotta get it. Kitchen Magic. Yeah, they're local, family owned and operated since 1979, right here in Pennsylvania. They have such a wonderful, experienced team, which has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. And a dedicated design consultant is going to work with you on your choices for refacing or custom cabinets, backsplash, counters, and tub and shower conversions to get exactly what you want. And it comes with an industry-leading warranty. Right now, Kitchen Magic is offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing. And listen to this, 10% off your entire remodel. So just visit kitchenmagic.com. 10% off your remodel. kitchenmagic.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
The violin, the trumpet, the drums. Quality instruments, but when playing on their own without orchestration, sound chaotic. Only when the maestro blends those instruments with a musical score do they become a symphony that outperforms any of those instruments on their own. The exclusive crash-proof retirement system blends safe financial instruments with your goals as the score to create full orchestration that plays the melody you've always dreamed of in retirement.
I have a stable rhythm going on in my life right now. The crash-proof retirement system. I play my guitar with rhythm. I play drums also. Rhythm is very important to me. We're all trying to do our theme song for our life. I would say the crash-proof retirement system has been instrumental in helping me find that song of my life.
Register for our next event at Spring Mill Manor, March 19th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-859-3220. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 to 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-859-3220. That's 800-859-3220 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For over 38 years, Rescue brand omega-3s have been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oil supplements, are buy one, get one free exclusively for American Heart Month. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when you buy 1 bottle of a Rescue Omega-3 to receive a second bottle free. Again, use the code OMEGA50. Fortify your heart with the Rescue Omega-3.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about investor schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what investor schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, rise and shine, Philadelphia. Let's go. 6:28 Thursday morning. Hopefully all of you off to a good start. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Cut sheet at 7:45. Also, the latest with Donald Trump, CBS, and the Super Bowl, as well as a poll with Donald Trump from Rolling Stone that we'll get into in a couple of minutes. But we're all parents on this show, and I thought this was a very, very interesting story, interesting case. Kudos to Stalker for finding this. This was I recall vaguely this story back in, it was right around, Thanksgiving of 2021. And I know sometimes people get numb to all of the school shootings. And yes, we've debunked the fact that even though they are covered in a different light in the social media era, they are not happening at any alarming rate compared to where they were 10, 25, 30 years ago. But this is very important because this is the first time now where it's not just the kid ends up going to jail for the rest of his life or the kid kills himself on the grounds of the school. This is where parents, and if you're a parent out there, like, this should be a wake-up call. And obviously the odds of this happening to you as a parent are, slim to none. But the mom's going to go away probably for 10 years. She's got no prior history. So four counts of involuntary manslaughter. She gets up to 15 years. The dad's going on trial in the spring. And I think this is a wake-up call. Like, when you're parenting, and oh, by the way, I don't sit here and try to tell people how to parent their kids, but in my opinion, just giving them a device at any age and letting them zone out and having no interaction and not knowing what's going on in their daily routine, even for the parents out there that work two jobs, 30, 45 minutes a night, you got to be involved with your kid and understand where they are emotionally and mentally. And I think this is going to be a case that a lot of people are just going to sit back and say, you know what? I don't want to end up like that. I better have a clue what little Johnny's up to. So I thought this was a very fascinating case and a very sad one because now you've got a whole family, Dawn, that is just, they're all done. The kid's away for the rest of his life, and the mom and dad are going to be in the can for a very long time.
I think that I will be interested to see the dad going on trial, this jury, and you have to watch women. We talk about women because we are really judgmental of other women, especially when it comes to motherhood.
I think secretly, I've said this for years, that all women secretly hate each other. I believe that.
I don't. I genuinely don't, but I know women who are like that, so I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
But in this case, the fact that, first of all, they revealed that the mom had an extramarital affair. There was a lot of stuff that they revealed about her, that she was, more concerned about her horses. She loves horses. She goes horse. It was all about her.
Mm-hmm.
That was how they painted this picture of this mom.
Mm-hmm.
And then just how she was on the stand. I mean, and I'll confess, when I watch her and she's so I would be like a dribbling mess.
Yeah.
I would totally say, just give me the death penalty. This is my fault.
She didn't come off well, did she?
No.
Yeah.
Nope. And that's part of it. But I know that there are many who are going to say, wait a minute, she did not pull the trigger. How could she have known? I'm sure that they're going to appeal this thing because the max, even though you're probably right, it'll probably be 10 to 15, but the max is 60 years or something she could face. But to me, as a Second Amendment, I am a Second Amendment, pro-Second Amendment person.
Yeah,
okay?
same here.
Right? But that also means that if you buy firearms and you have them in your home, and I don't care what the Michigan state law is.
Right.
You have a parental responsibility.
Correct.
And that is a huge issue for me, number one. Number two, they bought this firearm for the kid and knew when they're sitting there in the office and they see the note. The note is that the jurors have all said that note that he wrote.
Mm-hmm.
That basically it was a cry for help.
Yeah.
And that he can't get these thoughts out of his mind.
Right. And
how do you as a parent not go, oh my God, honey, give me a hug.
Yeah.
Let's go home. Let me make you some pancakes. And we're going to go home and we're going to, we're going to talk to a psychiatrist. You know what I mean?
I 1,000% agree.
Jeez. So this jury judged her on a mom personal level too.
Yeah.
This is I agree with everything you two are saying. I do. As a parent, the parents need to have responsibility for this 100%.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that this is a bad precedent to set.
Really?
I do. Because I just think that we're so quick to want to blame people and blame things, and let's blame the NRA, and let's blame video games, and let's blame parents, and let's blame music, and let's blame everything, when we don't want to get to the root of the problem. This doesn't get to the root of the problem. This basically, in my opinion, opens the door for people to say, well, the drug company that prescribed my son this psychiatric medication, that's what put him over the edge. Sue the drug company.
Mm-hmm.
Or the gun manufacturer that made this gun, they need to be liable. Or, Johnny, who sold my son morphine or dope or whatever,
mm-hmm.
let's sue him. We're just opening it up.
So what do you think the root of the issue is then? Is what?
The root of the issue is, well, we don't know what the root of the issue was. Like, we don't know this story. This kid did horrific acts.
Yeah.
But
I think the root cause is the mental health. I mean, when you see the warning signs, like the kid had his bedroom window boarded up. Who does that? Who puts up target practice in multiple? Apparently, you heard in the clip he had 2 bedrooms, and he's got the little silhouette of a body that you use at a gun range. And I don't know if the bullet holes through the targets on the wall were from bullets from a gun or a BB gun. But either way, I don't know. If I'm a parent, I'm not letting my kid shoot a gun in the house, even if it's a BB gun. Like, that's got to go in the backyard, off the tree, into the back of the fence. At the range, in your bedroom? I mean, I did a lot of things in my bedroom as a kid. I wasn't shooting BB guns and boarding up windows.
I think that goes, although I will say it's only a BB gun.
Yeah.
But it goes to the point that you made in your big take, which is about parental responsibility. And these parents, I mean, my goodness, they could have spent an hour in that principal's office, and they spent what? 10 minutes they had a full hour of the time of those administrators. They could have sat there, worked through no, he's fine. We got to, pat him on the back, and we got to get back to work and get back to our lives. These parents were not into their kid.
Right.
That's, and I know I'm being totally judgmental here.
Yeah.
I am. But as a mom of I have teenage sons. So I feel this. I just think that, especially with boys, and that's why I'm interested in the father, because
Mm-hmm.
you started out your big take talking about where's dad in this.
Yeah.
Because mom sounds like she had a whole lot of other things going on in her life.
Mm-hmm.
Both parents work a lot. They're not paying attention.
But that's not a crime. I mean, yes, it's bad parenting, but it's not a crime. There's a lot of really, really crappy parents.
But Greg, parental responsibility. If I'm going to be consistent here, and I'm saying that in the schools we have parental rights, okay, as far as the schools not blocking you out as a parent, whether your kid changes identity or whatever, I'm consistent on parental rights. If you as a parent buy your underage kid a firearm, which most firearms are semi-automatic, as this one was, if you buy your kid a firearm, you are responsible. That's your firearm.
I think it's really about being responsible for your entire domain. Like we talked yesterday about the DUIs. If you go over to somebody's house and you have a Super Bowl party and, you take everybody's keys because you don't want them driving home intoxicated. And we talked about liabilities when people leave and then get into a car accident because they were liquored up. And it's the same thing like with a dog, right? Mm-hmm. If you're a dog owner and your dog gets out of the backyard and goes down the street and bites a kid at the bus stop, I just feel like everything that happens in and around your property, like if you're an adult, that's on you. Now, I know you free will. I mean, you can only do so much. Now, if this parent would have, went through every possible scenario to get their child the help that kid deserved, and he still ended up doing this, then I'm like, okay. But apparently they laid out a strong enough case that this was specifically a mom that was like living her best life, and the child was kind of like,
suffering,
like a Klingon.
You could really honestly go to any sort of home and where the child is committing crimes, whether they be violent, or you could ultimately take it all back to the parents. It's like, well, the parents worked all the time. The kid was home by himself and was up to no good. So I know this is an extreme case, but you could literally tie any crime, any criminal back to the parents.
But it's not any but it's not
Just
any
go down
crime.
North Philly.
Yeah.
Go down North Broad Street.
But
this crime was committed when he was a minor.
You see 3-year-olds out on the street. Are these,
I know.
like that? But that's my.
Well, those parents, if a 3-year-old's out on the street, they often do charge the parent with negligence and take away the kid for a time until they figure out what's going on in the house. What if this same mom and dad bought their son a bunch of alcohol, and a bunch of kids got drunk, and one of them died of alcohol poisoning? In other words, there's certain things like a firearm that you buy your kid, you are responsible. With great power comes great responsibility. So if we're going to have guns in this country, and I know, thank you for recognizing, I know. But I'm serious. If we're going to have guns in this country, and I'm a gun person, okay, I believe in the Second Amendment, but if we're going to preserve that, and I believe we need to, then we need to make darn sure you buy your kid a gun, a firearm, then it's on you.
I just think that this is just another reason for lawyers to get rich. And
absolutely.
Greg, 4 kids got murdered in their school.
I agree.
These people deserve justice.
But then go back to every single school shooter. Go back to every single person who commits murder and tie it to the parents, and then every up every parent, right? I mean, that's basically what we're saying.
Have we ever had a school shooter situation like this, where everybody in that school was amazing? The teacher, the principal, the administrators, they got the parents there. They were trying to help this kid. And by the way, had those parents just stayed and helped their kid, they would all be free today. And by the way, their son would, 4 other kids would be alive, but their son, his life is ruined, as Nick said in his big take. So I'm just saying, I don't remember a time when we had a school shooter where the parents are called to the school the day of, right before the shooting. Yeah. And there's this pinnacle moment that's a turning point, that if you're one of the parents of the 4 kids murdered that day, you're thinking, oh my God, you had a moment to just, like, God was going like, take him home, help him. And then they not only don't take him home, they don't say, honey, can we see your backpack? Where is that gun that we bought you?
Yep.
Nope. Didn't even think of it. Too busy.
855-839-1210. Let me grab Tammy in Marlton here. She's got some thoughts on this story. Tammy, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I just wanted to share a few things. I was listening to the case, sad situation all around, of course, but it did come out in the trial that apparently through text messages, he reached out to his parents a few times about hearing voices and things like that, and the responses he got from the dad was to suck it up.
Oh,
and the mother, her response was like she thought he was joking. So there were some red flags to me to not take your kid seriously. And he also apparently had a pet die. His grandmom died. His best friend moved away. He did not have any other friends. So there's a lot of things if your child is going through multiple issues that it's a shame. And
Right.
she blamed her husband, so it should be interesting, his trial, that it was his fault that he was responsible for the gun.
Yep.
Her husband was an Uber driver, but he was the one that actually purchased the gun, and it was his responsibility, is what she said during the trial.
Yeah, and Tammy, I appreciate the call. This whole suck it up stuff. I mean, like I believe in tough parenting. If I had a son, I would certainly be a little more tough on him than I am with my daughters. But like this old school mindset of when somebody's having a mental health issue, this 80s, 90s mindset of suck it up. Like, there's sometimes you do have to suck things up. I'm not saying
I'm guilty of it too.
Hey, like,
I'm
we're
guilty
all,
of it doing
we're
my
all
son.
guilty of it, right? But like sometimes, like when the warning signs are so obvious, it's like, man, we gotta evolve with the times here a little bit.
Now, Robert Schwartz on the YouTube chat is saying that the parents did lock the gun away. Do we know that?
From what we heard in that clip there, to my knowledge, there was the empty case on the parents' bed.
Gotcha.
So I'm not sure if he had a combination lock or how he got it open or what the specifics were. 855-839-1210. We'll come back and actually, let me grab one more call here. Vinny is in New Jersey. Vinny, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, everybody. How everybody doing?
We're doing well, Vin.
Listen, good. Listen, I was just thinking, I'm driving up the turnpike, getting aggravated, listening to this whole thing. But what about that transgender that was shot up to school in I don't know if it was in Tennessee or not.
It was
that kid
Nashville. Yeah.
He was clearly sick in the head, right?
Yes.
Now his parents knew that. I mean, because he was born a girl or boy, whatever the hell it was, and now it's a male, whatever. And now that's mental illness too. The parents should be held accountable for that. Let's put them on trial too. It is get sick. What happened with these kids? It really is.
Yeah.
But we got to draw a line somewhere. I don't think. I mean, you can't sue every friggin' parent for everything going on.
Yes.
You got these 15-year-old. You got these 15-year-old kids out in Philadelphia with guns.
Yep.
Why aren't you charging these parents too?
Yep.
You know what I mean? There's a problem all the way around it. It's got to be solved, but I don't think it's suing every parent.
I got you, Vinny. I appreciate the call. I think the underlying issue with all these kids, we have a mental health crisis with our children in this country. I think it's been exacerbated a lot over the last 4 years. All right, we'll come back. We'll get some more calls. We got a lot of Trump news to get to, but if you want to weigh in on this parental accountability discussion, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I just love all the work they've done in my home, especially those beautiful wall of patio doors that they created. You know by now that if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. You may not think of Chapman right away for siding and stucco remediation, but I would trust no one else with this investment in your home. So if you're thinking of maybe updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and then replacing it with siding, I want you to think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home, oh my goodness, it's going to be a beautiful thing. It's going to pop. If you have stucco and you want to update it with James Hardy plank or vinyl siding, it's going to add the value to your home galore. And if you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers are going to value that updated new siding. So right now, it's a good time to get ahead of the ball. Plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the professionals you want on this job. If you or somebody you know are looking for windows, doors, sidings, siding, shutters, stucco remediation, hardware, I should say, give them a call. You can text them, 610-431-8898. You can take a virtual tour at ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. so you can see examples of so they've probably got pictures of my foyer in there with all the doors, but you can also see pictures of that James Hardy plank. It's beautiful. So ChapmanWindowsDoors.com for all the details. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Stay warm this month with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey. Jack Daniel's is America's oldest registered distillery and aged in handcrafted, toasted, and charred new American white oak barrels. Stop by your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits location to pick up Jack Daniel's Black Label, Tennessee Honey, Tennessee Fire, and Tennessee Apple 750 milliliters on sale all month. And please drink responsibly. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks. Copyright 2020 Jack Daniel's, all rights reserved.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've helped over 300,000 qualified consumers. Hardworking Americans just like you pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Accredited Debt Relief will tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. So call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny.
Call 800-663-1313. 800-663-1313. That's 800-663-1313. 800-663-1313. Program and services not available in all states.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli, afternoons 3 till 7. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
If I could turn the page in time, then I'd rearrange just a day or two.
6:50, Kayal and Company, as we continue live here on this Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Dawn will have some news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour, and we wrap up the 6 o'clock hour with your calls at 855-839-1210. Let's grab Lance, who's in Flowertown. Lance, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
I just wanted to basically agree with Greg. I'm not exactly sure what's happening with the world, but I'm agreeing with Greg more and more. The simple fact of the matter is that I am a big believer in personal responsibility, and going way back before this country was even founded, but within Western civilization, we used to have something called debtor's prison. And basically, if you ran up debt, it didn't matter what you did or your kids did, they could never get out of jail. Your kids always resume that responsibility. And basically, this is exactly what I see happening by just being able to continue to pass the buck, like Greg said, on to a car manufacturer or a gun manufacturer or a drug manufacturer or parents. And at some point, it's a very sad situation, like everybody said, and not that I endorse these parents at all. They're basically dirtbags, but they should not be held legally responsible.
Okay. Lance, I got you. Appreciate the phone call. Let's grab Joyce in Pottstown to wrap up the hour. Joyce, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you guys?
We're doing well, Joyce.
Good. This case really hits home to me. I'm the mother of two. I have a 20-year-old and an 18-year-old, both sons. So I feel it. I am also big on the personal responsibility, but I can see both sides. Parents have responsibilities too to see where their kid's at, see what their kid needs. But the problem to me lies, maybe not in this case, but in other cases, lies with the mental health, out there, the mental health system, because it's really hard to get your child seen by a therapist.
Oh, is it really? I did not know that.
Especially going back a couple years here, 2020, the pandemic.
Sure.
I mean, everybody was doing it, all online and all, and your kid spends all day in school online. You want to set them up for some counseling online too. I mean,
Right.
They spent plenty of hours. Not to mention, I think mental health caregivers get burned out and don't stick around in their profession for super long.
And probably are not appreciated and compensated as well as they should be when we think about something as important as mental health. I didn't know that there was such a waiting list or a backlog to see people for mental health issues, whether it's psychologists or psychiatrists or just, special counselors for things like that. I didn't realize it was that big of a logjam to get seen. All right. 855-839-1210. And just the last thing on this, too. I feel like a lot of people are probably thinking, oh, this is going to be the mode of punishment moving forward consistently. This is just setting a precedent. So, you're going to have cases where these parents are neglectful, but, the facts will have to match up. And then, oh, by the way, you're going to have to look at, the parent's record, what kind of criminal history they have, were all the warning signs similar. It's not like every single parent moving forward when their kid pulls off some horrific act is going to be charged. But now it's like, okay, you'll use this case in Oakland County, Michigan, and let's say something happens the next state over in Ohio. Well, a prosecutor is going to look at that case and compare it and say, all right, this is pretty much an identical situation. Here's your precedent. But if it's not similar, it's not like every single parent will be charged with involuntary manslaughter. So I think it will be a case-by-case basis, certainly. So just wanted to point that out. All right, coming up next, Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. And then CBS gets called out for their hypocrisy when it comes to the president and the Super Bowl. Hour 2 of Kayal and Company next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get ready to fall head over wheels in love because Busch Infinity of Westchester has a Valentine's surprise just for you. This month, you could lease a 2024 Infiniti QX60 for as low as $599 per month. And take advantage of rates as low as 0% for 36 months on select models. Who needs Cupid's arrow when you've got the horsepower of an Infiniti to sweep you off your feet? Visit us in-store or online today at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
Gerhard's Appliances is Philly's place to get appliances you need for prices you'll love. Stop in now during the President's Day sales event to get patriotically priced kitchen packages, like this LG 4-piece stainless steel package for only $1,999. Prices like that put the suite in Kitchen Suite and are only available during Gerhard's Appliances President's Day sales event. Shop local and save big at Gerhard's, where 75 years of small business is kind of a big deal. Visit GerhardsAppliance.com.
When you're still looking for love, Valentine's Day sucks. Every restaurant is fully booked. Suddenly all chocolates are heart-shaped and all the PDA. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When Freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, neighbor, what you up to?
Just getting the groundwork done to put in my new patio.
Oh, cool. Did you contact Pennsylvania One Call system to check for underground utilities first?
Nah, there's nothing but dirt back here.
Whoa, hey, man, are you okay?
Hey, did you guys lose power too? Love that new hair color, Bill.
Yeah, your hair's totally white now.
Maybe I should contact Pennsylvania One Call.
Well, that's the smartest thing you've said all day.
Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Your oral health can have an impact on your heart health. That's where my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist comes in, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Group in East Norriton, talks about it a lot because studies have shown the bacteria in your mouth from gum disease and gingivitis can have a negative effect on your heart. Visit Dr. Bentz today to get on the path to good oral health. He delivers state-of-the-art care for his patients. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com or call for your appointment, 610-272-6949.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Baby, hold on to me. Whatever will be, will be.
7 o'clock. Welcome back in. Kayal and Company here on a Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet at 745. Our Disney keyword day number 6 coming up 8:30 this morning. I also can confirm that tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, our buddy Sean Farash will be back with us yet again.
Wow.
for more Trump impressions, and he will also be hosting coming up about 10 days from now, Monday, February 19th.
President's Day.
President's Day.
Yeah.
So
Which is appropriate.
It is. I was just going to say that. What a better day to have Sean Farash host than President's Day, since he does the best Donald Trump impression ever.
I'm told that he will do the 6 o'clock hour as Trump, the 7 o'clock hour as Biden, and in the 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock hours, he'll be himself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
That's the way it's going to work, I think.
Good.
All right, 855-839-1210. We'll get to Dawn's news here in one moment, but let's wrap up some phone calls. We have Joanne in Phoenixville with some thoughts on the health system and parents. Joanne, good morning. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you doing?
We're doing well, thanks.
I'm just calling in response to the last lady's call because I've sort of witnessed the system firsthand, and I think until you do, you don't understand how broken the system is. So I had a nephew. Both parents had addictions. He was a very troubled child. At one point, we had him living with us. At one point, he was living with his grandmother. We all tried to do everything we could. At one point, we thought he needed, like, inpatient residential help. I can't tell you how long it took us to get him in. It took months and months and months of fighting and paperwork and all kinds of stuff. Finally, we're at that point. 15 years old, he could tell us he did not want to do it, and he didn't have to go.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, it is crazy. Like, until you experience it, you don't understand what it's like. It's like a patient with cancer. Until you experience it, you don't really understand it.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're trying to help some of these kids and stuff, the system it can be really tough.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, and by no means am I excusing bad parenting. You know what I mean? I'm not.
Yeah.
That's not. Yeah, but the system's crazy when you get to experience it. It's really sad.
Thank you very much, Joanne. Joanne from Phoenixville checking in this morning. You can keep your comments coming at 1210 WPHT in the YouTube chat as well. 7:03. Let's get to the news. Round number 2 on this Thursday morning. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. This Thursday, February 8th, sunrise just happening. Officially 7:02 sunrise. It's 7:03 now. We are at 33 degrees, but the big warm-up continues. Full forecast in just a moment. Sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union in Kayal Company News Live. So this morning, the search for clues, the search for possible victims inside begins in a story in the suburbs of Philadelphia that is making national and even international news this morning. I'll take you to East Lansdowne, where a fire has ravaged a home, as authorities say that many people, including children and adults, as many as 8 people, are unaccounted for this morning. So this all began with a horrific situation yesterday, as we know that 2 veteran police officers were wounded by gunfire. This happened yesterday afternoon. It was an unusually warm afternoon. School had just let out, so now it's about 4-ish. A lot of people walking in that area, walking home after school, that sort of thing. A lot of kids out in the streets. And police are called to this home with a 911 call, a report that an 11-year-old little girl had been shot in this East Lansdowne home. Officers responding to that one, and as this suspect opens fire upon them, and then this fire breaks out inside the home as the officers are running toward the flames, knowing that there are children inside, or believing that there are children inside that home. So the problem, they're saying this morning is that their worst fear is that all of those people inside the home, as it was an inferno.
Jeez.
That's, yeah.
What a tragedy.
I know. It's just horrible. And so as far as those wounded officers who were literally dragged away from the scene, they were rushed to Penn Presbyterian Medical Center, not so far away. They're listed in stable condition this morning and recovering from their injuries. And these are not life-threatening. They're saying the officers are going to make it, but veteran officers. So we're awaiting any word or news conferences, and we're watching that very carefully. Earlier in the day, a 15-year-old, also in Delaware County, this announcement was made about this 15-year-old being charged with first-degree murder in Delco. Police and prosecutors announcing that Samir Austin shot and killed another 15-year-old, and this with a ghost gun that he had bought online. So he's accused of firing the shots into a corner store in Darby, nearby Darby, on Monday afternoon, An 18-year-old was also injured by that gunfire in that situation, but investigators saying that Austin bought the untraceable weapon as a kit gun. It comes in the mail, and then you assemble it, and that they said he did that all with intent to kill. They are trying him as an adult for this murder. We have a man this is a follow-up to a Kayal and Company News follow-up. Remember the guy riding the dirt bike in Philadelphia?
Oh, yeah.
Remember you talked a lot about this.
Was this the one where the mom came out and was going to challenge him and fight him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Jumped onto her car.
Yeah, she had a baby in the back, right?
Yes.
Yep, I remember it.
And so in that one, we now get word yesterday in court, he pleaded guilty to the violent incident. He's 26-year-old Cody Heron pleaded guilty to charges in relation to that attack last October. It was a viral video that Nick talked a lot about, and you can see him kicking in the back of the window of the woman's car, her two children in the back seat and their little kitty in the car seats and so on. So ultimately, this guy pleading guilty to this, and now he's facing sentencing. So we're looking at that.
Do we know the sentencing guidelines of what he could be facing?
The fact that he's pleading guilty and admitting to everything the first time he's coming up, so he's taking accountability, he's pleading guilty, and so it looks like there will be, he's cutting a plea deal
probably
on this one. But it was a violent incident and include, as you said, endangering children. And
remember how tough that mom was? She got right. She was ready to go. I remember you were talking about her, about being one tough mama bear and the whole bit.
Yes.
And this was a dirt bike, correct? Or a motorcycle?
Yes.
Yeah, we talked about the moped story in New York with the migrants and that 62-year-old that got, basically thrown off of it. What is it with these big cities, with these people that show up all of a sudden on dirt bikes and ATVs? You're seeing that a lot around the country the last couple of years, like these little mobile gangs, like they just want to disrupt everybody's life. We need to really hammer these people. I don't know when that became a thing. But we've been talking a lot about precedent this morning and setting a precedent. We need to set a precedent for these scumbags.
Yeah, you're right. So as far as Heron, he was arrested that day in October. His bail was increased from $2.5 million to $4 million. And the DA's office has scheduled, is talking about the guilty plea. And today we're going to learn more. But because there's a news conference planned for today, but his sentencing, because you asked about this, I looked it up, June 5th.
June 5th.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but there is going to be a news conference, so we'll watch for that one to get you more. It was a huge case.
Yeah.
And, we talked a lot about it. So I just want to update you on that one. A lot of excitement surrounding, because we got to look toward our Phillies and spring training. And we got to think about baseball because the Sixers, a little mayday. Need some help with Joel Embiid out.
Will they lose again?
Do we have to even talk about it?
No, it's fine by me.
Bummer.
Man, sports is an old life of mine.
know.
I'm done with sports.
It's just a bummer.
Except when you bet on it.
Except when I bet on them. I bet on a basketball game last night, but I lost.
Usually the sports, it's supposed to be good news for us, right?
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, I know the email went out. I guess Brazier sent out the email, John Brazier of the Phillies, a couple of days ago with the big truck and what's on the truck. One of my favorite emails of the year. They tell you how many bats, how many packs of bubble gum, rosin bags. We used to when we had slow days in February in sports radio, we would set the over-unders on how many pieces of equipment each thing would be sent out. That's one of the most anticipated emails of the year.
It's so true. John Brazier with one of the best job titles ever. Fun and games.
Yep.
Sixers, the score was 127 to 104. We lost. So there was that one for sure. And then there's, something big happening on this Sunday, I do believe. And we do have news of who will definitely confirm that she will be in the stands.
Oh, well,
Mama Kelsey.
So the mom will be there?
Mom.
It's good to know.
I thought that was funny on her part.
This football season can't end fast enough.
But I thought it was funny that she's the one who said, I confirm I will be in the stands, referring to, you know who. Right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
As the sun rises on this beautiful spring-like day, we are sponsored in Kayal and Company News Live by First Harvest Credit Union. Build stronger financial roots with First Harvest Credit Union. Enjoy flexible access to funds with a growth savings account, earning as high as 3.5% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com for all the details. Membership restrictions apply, insured by NCUA. So today, just a lovely day for you ahead as we look to, I mean, we're 60 degrees. We're coming up on 60 degrees for Saturday, but we are in for a wonderful warming trend as we warm through this week. So unseasonably spring-like weather for us here on Kayal & Company News Live as we look forward to more sunshine for Greg Stocker. 53 degrees today. Tomorrow, 57 degrees for your Friday. The sun is still shining. Saturday, a little bit. It's bright but cloudy, 60 degrees. It's a little chance for a little sprinkle there. And then Sunday, more sunshine, but cools down a little to 52 degrees. Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. We got to get to these two Trump stories on the other side. CBS says no thanks to Donald Trump and let Trump be dictator for a day. So says a significant amount of Americans. And it's startling to Rolling Stone, these unbelievable results. We'll get to those on the other side as we continue live here on this Thursday on Kayal & Company. But first, let me tell you about my friends at Blue Chew. All right, guys, do you want to boost your confidence? Do you need that extra jump to your performance this year? You know what? Father Time, it's probably catching up with you. Well, I've got the solution, and it's Blue Chew. Romance with your partner should be the best part of your day, right? And you need to be ready. That's why I suggest BlueChew.com. It is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable form at a fraction of the cost. Blue Chew is an online prescription service, so you're not going to have to do the visits to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, no waiting in line at the pharmacy, and the best part of all, it ships right to your door in a discreet package. And a special deal for Kayal & Company listeners. You can try Blue Chew for free. That's right, free, when you use the promo code 1210 at checkout. Just pay the $5 for shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code 1210 to receive your first month free.
You can't control the weather, but at Horizon Services, we make sure your home is warm all season long. Whether it's time for a tune-up, a repair, or a system upgrade, our expert technicians will guide you to a custom heating solution that gives you peace of mind. We're always available with same-day 24/7 service, and to get you through the rest of the season, we're offering $50 off any repair. Plus, get comfort on your terms with flexible finance options. Your comfort is our priority. Schedule your visit online at horizonservices.com/radio.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Oh, how great it would feel to have your 20-year-old knees, shoulders, hips, and back.
You know, you don't think about your pains when you're in your 20s or 30s, but you wish you could get that body back when you're in your 60s. I think QC did that for me.
For Patrick, it started with a simple phone call to QC Kinetics.
One day I was driving and I just heard the radio and I pulled over and took the number and I called them when I got home.
Maybe that's you, and you're listening right now. Why wait? QC Kinetics Regenerative Treatments uses your body's own natural biologics to heal and restore damaged tissue without invasive surgery or harmful drugs. And as for the results,
my knees are as good as they were when I was in my 20s. I'm really happy with what happened.
For Patrick, it's like QC Kinetics turned back the clock. Now it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation. Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
At American Heritage Credit Union, our rates allow you to choose what works best for you. Save for your future with a 13-month IRA certificate at 5.25% annual percentage yield, or enjoy a shorter term with a 6-month certificate at 5% annual percentage yield. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org. That's AmericanHeritageCU.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
Dana Carvey and David Spade here.
You might know our podcast Fly on the Wall, featuring guests from across the entertainment industry.
We decided to do a spin-off called Superfly, and it's fun. It's just two of us riffing on current events, pop culture, catching up, impressions.
Joe, Trump's trying to be a dictator. Yeah, just bump on the tater tots. Joe, no.
Listen to and follow Superfly on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
When you're still looking for love, Valentine's Day sucks. Every restaurant is fully booked. Suddenly, all chocolates are heart-shaped, and all the PDA. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
We have time for one more cliche from Jalen Hurts.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Oh, he's got a lot more than one.
You can't judge a book by its cover. Don't cry over spilled milk. Cat got your tongue. A picture's worth 1,000 words.
I'm wrong. It's more like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Anastasia on Westchester Pike in Newtown Square and at St. Mary of the Lake School on Route 70 in Medford. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Young teacher, the subject of schoolgirl fantasy. She wants
7:20. Welcome back in. Kayal and Company, Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. 25 minutes out from another edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. That's coming up 7:45. Also, day number 6 of our Disney Keyword Cruise Vacation Giveaway. How about this? 7 days, you and 3 others, 4 people a week, couple $1,000. This is probably worth easily And it's a local contest. Don't forget, 8:30 keyword. Somebody from Kayal and Company on Friday, February 23rd is going to win this amazing, amazing prize. So we got the Super Bowl coming up on Sunday, and we know that Joe Biden will not be partaking in the tradition that's about 15 or 16 years old, where the president comes on for a couple of minutes, whether the big game is on NBC or CBS, Fox. And, we've seen a couple of times where Trump was on and then he wasn't. A couple of times now where Joe has been on and he hasn't. Second straight year that Joe will not be doing this. He turned down Fox last year. Then they were going to have him on Fox Soul, and then that got canceled. And this year, CBS has the Super Bowl, and he will not be joining Norah O'Donnell. So Outkick, which is now owned by Fox News, reached out to CBS, and they were trying to say, do you have interest in interviewing Donald Trump? Because Donald Trump said on Truth Social that he would be willing to go on and do a presidential interview. Now, traditionally speaking, it's the current president, not a former president. But so that's not my gripe with CBS. My gripe with CBS is their sports chairman, Sean McManus, who oversees the entire production. Anything that you see on television from CBS on Channel 3 that is sports related, Sean McManus is the top guy. He's like the brand manager. He's like the Greg Stocker, so to speak. So Outkick, one of their NFL writers, longtime journalist from the South Florida area, Armando Salguero, well-respected journalist, said to CBS Sports about having Trump on. And they basically said, yeah, it's as simple as we're not going to do it. We don't want to go into politics. It's too political. So let me get this straight. You want the current president on, Joe Biden. That would not be political. Yet bringing on Donald Trump would be political. Doesn't make sense to me, right? I mean, unless your whole plan for Joe Biden was, what's your favorite ice cream? What kind of chair do you lounge in at the beach? What were they going to ask him about?
But here's the problem, is that they only interview sitting presidents.
I get that. But their rationale behind declining Trump, the wording of it is awful. They were saying, we don't want to get into politics. We're here to talk about the game. Well, then have Trump on to talk about the game. Right?
Trump turned down an interview, by the way, in 2018 from NBC for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So, this is not unprecedented.
No, it's not unprecedented. But it's what we're talking about, I think, is if Joe cannot, to me, you're looking at what? 100 and how many million did you say typically watch the Super Bowl? Is 190 million people?
No, it's not going to be 190 million
110?
people. It'll probably be about 90 million people.
Okay. I know people this year are forecasting that this will be the most.
30 billion people will watch this.
$300 billion. People are projecting this year this will be the most watched Super Bowl of all time because of the Taylor Swift factor. And that's just what some of these TV media watchdog people that look at television ratings for a living are forecasting. Not to mention it's supposed to be a pretty good game. So I have to believe that this administration weighed the risk versus the reward of putting Joe on television for 3 to 5 minutes, however long this interview typically is. And they said the risk far outweighs the reward. And I think it's because we're not even talking about a couple of hiccups or a couple of gaffes. We're at the point now where Joe is saying he's having conversations with people that have been dead for years. We talked about it yesterday. The guy that's been dead for 26, 28 years. Apparently yesterday at some function, Joe said he had a conversation with somebody about January 6th. And the guy that he said he had the conversation with died in 2017. I mean, I think the handlers for Joe Biden have simply done the math and said, we can't put the president out there, even in a softball, lobbed-up question, friendly setting with Norah O'Donnell.
Yeah.
That's my takeaway from this. Sean McManus, his quotes on why they will not have Trump. I get, if you don't want to have a former president because that's not the protocol, I get it. But to say, well, we're not going to have Trump on because we don't want to get into politics. Well, what is Joe Biden? And was Joe Biden an entertainer? Was he a sports talk host? He's the president. Of course it's going to be about politics. The three questions you ask Joe Biden, or Trump for that matter, if you get him in this setting, is What's going on with Russia, Ukraine? What's the deal with the border? If you have a third serious question, it's probably about the economy. And then you hit them up with something, what's your favorite snack for a Super Bowl party? Boom, interview's over. Joe can't handle that? If Joe can't handle that, he's not going to debate Donald Trump this fall. I think you can take that to the bank. You agree with that, Dawn?
Yeah, I mean, I just think that I tweeted out early this morning, Sixth Sense. Remember the movie with Bruce Willis?
Yeah, I see dead people.
That's what Joe Biden, he sees. So it's ex-German Chancellor Helmut Kohl.
Yeah, Helmut Kohl.
Right? And so who is he thinking of, by the way? Or is he having conversations literally with ghosts? Is this Sixth Sense?
It's unbelievable.
Which was shot here in Philadelphia, if I recall correctly. So I don't know, maybe M. Night Shyamalan has a new movie theme, with Biden.
It's only getting
weird.
worse. It's only getting worse for him. It seems like every time they roll him out, he's having these conversations with people that are long deceased. I would say this, too, as far as the Super Bowl goes, because Trump has been, throughout this, primary season, he's been very astute with when he decides to do, like, counter-programming to debates. Mm-hmm. So if CBS has said, no, we're not going to get political and we don't want Donald Trump, that's fine. If I'm Trump, I counter-program. What I would do, honestly, I would make my return to Twitter/X. I believe that restraint is up where he was not allowed to post on Truth, and then he couldn't go to Twitter because they're competing companies. I would go live on Twitter and do a show at halftime. And to show that he's not afraid to debate or talk about things, I would not do it with Sean Hannity. If I'm Donald Trump, I would find somebody in mainstream media and do like a 5-minute interview, either at halftime of the Super Bowl or in that god-awful pregame show, which, by the way, is 4 hours long before the actual football game. Do it at the game starts at 6:30, 6:45. Do it right around 6 o'clock. I mean, there's going to be millions and millions of Americans just sitting on their couch, eating nachos and buffalo chicken dip, staring at their phones, right? Yeah. Because that's the society we live in. Even when you get together for a Super Bowl party, I guarantee you're going to have a bunch of people like this, just sitting there. They're going to be missing commercials, missing the game, scrolling, swiping. Trump would be an absolute ratings bonanza. He would probably break X if he did that.
That'd be funny.
I mean, and I think it would be smart, too.
Yeah.
Because it goes to show you that I'm willing to go out here when they're trying to hide Joe like they did 4 years ago.
And you know what else would be funny? If Saturday Night Live were funny, if they did a skit where they showed Biden being interviewed by CBS Norah O'Donnell, but thinking it's, Jessica Savage or, it was
Barbara Walters,
somebody who from the past who, is now seeing ghosts.
Yeah.
Do a whole thing with Biden speaking with ghosts.
Yep. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, we will come back. Donald Trump, dictator for a day. Almost 4 in 10 Americans would like to see it for a day. The startling details, according to Rolling Stone. When we come back, cut sheet at 7:45. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm so thankful for whatacrock.com. The Crock-Pot comes out in the colder weather as soon as fall football season hits and continues certainly throughout the cold, crisp weather. I'll tell you what, whatacrock.com, it's so delicious, ready-made meals, and truly making dinner time so easy for me. All I do, I put a meal in my slow cooker in the morning, run around all day. When I come home from dinner and the family comes home, boom, dinner is simmering in the crock pot, ready to go. Unlike most meal kit companies, and this is a huge difference, okay? Because number one, there isn't any subscription and there is not any prep time, no prepping of all the ingredients required. It is literally as simple as dropping the meal into your slow cooker and dinner is handled. Whatacrock.com has a huge menu of meals to try. They're delicious. And they have all the classics that we love, the comfort food, the old-fashioned pot roast, which is delicious. We just had that this week, or the chicken Alfredo, to some of the new favorites, like the stuffed chicken parm meatballs or the lobster ravioli. And they have, I think, 6 different kinds of chili. I love every one of them. If you've tried Whatacrock before, you'll know how much of a lifesaver their dinners really are. Order now, whatacrock.com. It's great to send to somebody as a gift, by the way, too. Whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Perecti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
A message from McCausland Lock Service. Stop what you're doing right now and look at your car key. Does it look like it's been chewed on by a small woodland creature, used for batting practice by an entire baseball team, or left in the middle of 95? Oh, and let me guess, it's the only one you have? Head to McCausland Lock Service. Get a brand new key fob for up to half the price a dealer would charge. Call today. Most cars don't even require an appointment, and you'll be out the door in under 30 minutes. McCausland Lock Service, 610-430-1500.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Hey, this is Mike Quick. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and your point-of-sale system isn't helping you sell more, earn more, or work less, you need to talk to my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. PDQ has everything you need for success. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS system available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, Joe Flynn and his team will create a custom game plan that will help your business succeed. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Did you give up on your New Year's resolution already? If you reach out to NJ Diet, they will help you lose the weight the safe and natural way. Their results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. With NJ Diet, you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Contractually guaranteed. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva, along with bioenergetic scans, to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. Don't take shots the rest of your life. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Naturally, quickly, and safely with NJ Diet. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, no shots. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Call 855-5NJ-DIET, 855-5NJ-DIET, or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Debt. If you hate debt as much as we do, listen. Debt. It's one of the biggest problems faced by 77% of Americans. A system called Debt-Free for Life is a smart, financially unique solution. Not only does Debt-Free for Life, a proprietary system that you can access absolutely free, help our clients pay off their debts years, sometimes decades earlier, it can also save them tens of thousands of dollars in interest, build their wealth at the same time, and it does it all tax-free. Find out more now. Go to jmlfinancialgroup.com to get your free report on Debt-Free for Life, or call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group at 856-751-1771. Remember, access to Debt-Free for Life is absolutely free. Check it out now at jmlfinancialgroup.com.
Last year at the Super Bowl, Rob Gronkowski went wide left on FanDuel's Kick of Destiny. Now he's back for Kick of Destiny 2. And this time, you can play along. All you have to do is choose if Gronk will make or miss. Get your free pick in right now, because if you're right, you'll win a share of $10 million in bonus bets. Everyone can get in on the action when Gronk takes a shot at redemption before Super Bowl 58. Whether your team make or team miss, just head on over to FanDuel Sportsbook right now to get your pick. It's absolutely free. Then tune in before the game to see if Gronk's kicks makes or miss. You can watch it live. You'll win a share of $10 million in bonus bets if you're right. New to FanDuel, just visit FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up. Make every moment more with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, and is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President PA, no purchase necessary, $10 million prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct pick. Prize issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Mustard. We are working our way towards what's on the cut sheet. That's coming up in just about 8 minutes. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg on this beautiful Thursday morning. Still ahead this morning, Democrats with their latest plan in hopes of shifting one state further blue. We'll get to that coming up in just a little bit. And wait till you find out what a airline is going to start doing that I think could very well become a thing here in the United States. We'll get to that story. Kind of a crazy story, but I like where they're going, coming up in just a little bit. And, of course, today, very big day. The Supreme Court of the United States will be hearing the momentous case about whether former President Donald Trump can be kicked off of the Republican primary ballot in Colorado because of his actions from the 2020 election results. Just looking at this right now from NBCnews.com, it looks like oral arguments in front of the 9 justices will begin just after the Dawn Show starts this morning at 10 a.m. They're expecting this to last for several hours. So I would imagine we get some sort of answer probably at the latest by the Zioli Show.
Don't you wish that we could see, that there were cameras in these courts and we could see it?
I would, especially with the Supreme Court of the United States. These 9 justices.
I know there's audio, but I just feel like it's such a dereliction that we can't witness it.
Hey, in this world of pay-per-view and streaming, would you pay $4.99 to watch it?
I wouldn't, but no, I wouldn't. But I would like to see it.
I would for $5 to $10 to watch the Supreme Court go in action.
You're a nerd.
The highest law, the highest court in the land.
You're a nerd.
I am. I also have no life, so that's probably why I'd pay it. Kill some time today. All right. So speaking of Trump, this is probably going to make Van Jones cry on CNN tonight. But let Trump be dictator for a day. So says not only 74% of Republicans, but according to Rolling Stone, a startling 39% of Americans think it's a decent idea for Donald Trump to act as a dictator for a day to begin his prospective second term in the White House. That according to a University of Massachusetts Amherst survey that was released yesterday. In a series of comments beginning last December, Donald Trump said he had plans to be a dictator, but only on, quote, day one of his second term. Tongue-in-cheek comment from Trump. The point of seeking power, he said, is to build the wall and drill, baby, drill. Obviously, the mainstream media had a meltdown with that. I believe that was when Trump was on with Hannity in one of their town halls. Well, the University of Massachusetts Amherst poll posed the following question to 1,064 respondents. And the question was, Donald Trump recently said that if elected, he would be a dictator only on the first day of his second term. And then they asked, do you think that this is a good or bad idea for the country? Only 44% of adults completely rebelled at the notion of giving the former president, who's currently facing 91 felony charges, dictatorial authority, calling it, quote, definitely bad for America. Another 16% that were judged said it was probably bad. Those most opposed were women at 67% and Biden supporters from 2020 at 91%. But a full 15% of those surveyed responded that making Trump for a dictator for a day was, quote, definitely good for the country, while another 24% said it was, quote, probably good. And the poll found that 76% of former President Trump's 2020 voters give a thumbs up to entrusting Trump with 24 hours of tin pot powers. So I thought that's pretty interesting. And obviously, Trump has said that tongue in cheek. The mainstream media has had a meltdown. But I would love to see if Trump gets reelected. Here's what I want Trump to do. I want Trump to troll the left, the Democrats, the mainstream media, and I want these people to have a hysterical mental breakdown on live television.
Let me ask you a serious question. Is that all really you care about is just owning the libs? Like, don't you want him to accomplish something?
I do.
Or
Yes.
is it just trolling?
I do, but it's day one, and
For God's
it's day one, and I want him to say something or tweet something or post something on Truth and have all of these networks lose their mind. And then on day two, we start the wall, we start with the economy, we start with drilling, we start with getting crime and law and order back on our streets of America. But I just want to see these people that live in this world where they take every little thing he says as like this ungodly threat to humanity. And I just want to see these people continue to suffer from their Trump derangement syndrome. Because I've just never really understood for 8 years.
Get offline, dude. Seriously, I'm tired of the. We need to own the libs. We need to Is that what the entire movement has become? Honestly,
no. It's just
you're saying it is.
No, it's just for day one. Just for day one, I want to see these people like the Joy Reids of the world and the Rachel Maddows just have a complete conniption on TV.
They're gonna have a conniption anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
They're gonna be all triggered.
Yeah.
Anyway, Nick, I really think on day one he's gonna do what he did last time on day one. He's gonna sign executive orders to give us all some help and relief with regard to the economy. But number one, he's gonna make America safer again. He's going to deal with the border issues. He's going to deal with the economy. He's going to deal with energy costs that are through the roof. And if we look at what he did last time around, he didn't go after Hillary. The battle, all the rhetoric, all the campaign rhetoric, it was done.
Well, and he's made the point, too, that, when people have said, is this all about revenge and getting back and weaponizing this and that against those that tried to persecute you, he has said that he's going to be entirely too busy to really make this about revenge.
The whole dictator thing, we all know.
It was a joke.
We all know what he meant.
Oh,
He was kidding.
A joke. He was kidding. But it was really dumb of him to say it because that's what everybody keeps.
Because you can't joke around when you're a conservative.
That one clip is being plastered everywhere.
Yeah.
He takes the bait and he shouldn't.
Well, I agree.
And it's Sean Hannity's fault, honestly, for even bringing it up. Because everybody's like, everybody says you're going to be a dictator. Can you tell him you're not going to be a dictator? It's that question should not have been asked.
Yeah.
Because he went for 4 years and he wasn't a dictator.
Well, yes, but I agree with you from the standpoint of, yes, it is dumb because you toss out this red meat to the left, and it's not so much that they have the meltdown, but the sad part is the people that consume those people that have the meltdowns, then they actually believe it. And it works against him come election season because, sadly, there are people walking around planet Earth that do think that Donald Trump would actually do some of this outlandish stuff that he's obviously joking about and saying tongue-in-cheek. That to me, strategy-wise, is where, and it's never bothered me, like the mean tweets and all that stuff, I couldn't care less about that stuff. I'm about results, the economy, the border, crime, things like that. But there are people out there that when they see that stuff, that's like, well, see, this is why I can't vote for Trump. And that's the scary part, that there are people that can be manipulated by lamestream media and the narratives that they spin. Because that's what we talk about all the time on this show. We live and breathe it day in and day out. But for the average person that's not a conservative, that is just a Democrat by default because they don't pay attention to things, that all of a sudden, it's September 28th, 2024, and they're like, oh, that's right, the election's coming up in 6 weeks, and they pull out their iPhone and they go to Instagram or they get something from Apple News or one of these mainstream alerts, and they're like, oh, Trump said this. Well, can't vote for him. Those people exist.
He also signed into law a lot of tax reform, and that was important too in his executive orders.
Yeah. All right.
If you want to, yes, it makes the base happy, and if that's your goal, great. But you want to reach other people, then stop the revenge. Stop trying to own the libs. Just stop. Just say what you're going to do. Say what a disaster the last 4 years is. Say how every item you want to buy is 25% more expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Say that stuff.
Yeah.
Don't give them more fodder.
Well, he's talked about what his plans are. I mean, he's not like he hasn't gone through. I mean, I think
has he?
Yeah,
yes,
I think
he absolutely has.
I think he's done a much better.
Name one.
He's talked about developing. He started it in his administration, but he's talked about not just the border wall, but he's also talked about the comprehensive plan that he began with to protect us from cyber attacks. For example, we see more and more cyber attacks even in our area. That's one of his initiatives. Tax relief. I mean, right now, just all of it's going to take a lot to undo all of these huge bills and all the DEI stuff, the ESG DEI stuff that's weaved into it. But he absolutely has talked about it, Greg.
I mean, he said drill, baby, drill. That's how we're going to get the economy going in the right direction.
Yep.
To me, all I care about with Trump is the economy and the border. Like the DEI stuff, I know we talk about it a lot on the show.
What's the GOP's platform? I'm
Make America great again.
Okay, what does that mean?
Fix the economy.
A great slogan. What does it mean?
Label China as a currency manipulator. Watch China's unfair subsidy behavior. I mean, Biden took back all of that. Let's look at, for example, right here in Pennsylvania, we could supply the energy for our nation. We are the key right here in Pennsylvania to making America energy independent. But because Democrats have now just stifled us and just basically, Tony Bruno talks about a strapper. They've strapped all of us in. They've bound all of us and cuffed all of us so that now you should see my PICO bill. Trump wants to just change all of that. It's a game changer. Just the energy issue, number one. The border issue, my God, 1 million people.
Since October.
The story broke, and I said it right at 10 a.m. It broke right as I was coming on the air yesterday. 1 million illegals that we know of have crossed our border.
That's 250,000 a month on average.
My God, since fiscal year, beginning in October.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Shut it down.
I agree.
Trump has talked about all of this, Greg, and this is the problem, though. The problem is everybody takes the silly little things that he says as a joke, and they headline that, and then they don't play what he says in a very serious way, how he's going to make America great again.
And to his credit, by the way, too, you mentioned the DEI stuff. I was surprised that he came out and made the comments that he did about Bud Light. To his credit, he doesn't do the culture wars, woke stuff. Like DeSantis tried to build a whole presidential platform around that. And I think one of the shortcomings for DeSantis was he never really told you specifically his vision for the economy. It was too much of the woke stuff. Now, DeSantis was good on the border. DeSantis has a lot of good stuff on immigration. But the economy, up until the last 2 weeks since we were in New Hampshire and Iowa, the economy's been number one. The border's been two. He didn't do well with the economy. To Trump's credit, he sticks to the things that really matters. The economy, the border. He don't play the woke war game. Like that's JV stuff in politics, I think. It's a piece of the puzzle for sure. But it was way too big of a portion and a percentage for DeSantis. For Trump, I mean, 5% of, I think, Trump's platform is, combating the, parental rights type stuff and all the school culture wars. All right, 7:48 here on this Thursday morning as we get to What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
You know what I love doing? Just the fact that in the 6 o'clock hour, everybody was agreeing with me, and then at 7 o'clock hour, everybody's disagreeing.
You did a complete heel turn.
I love it. I love it.
Was that coordinated?
Just keep the comments coming.
Or was that spur of the moment?
Greg wants to trigger every one of them.
Oh, for God's sake, it's radio. Everybody calm down. Jesus mighty. You're wrong. You're wrong. Do you watch a Trump rally? You're wrong. Okay.
By the way, Trump also promises just to dismantle the deep state.
Well, that's never going to happen.
I know.
The swamp is undrainable, folks. It's nice to say. It's nice to dream about.
I mean, he had 4 years to do that, didn't he?
Even if you drain it by 8%, as soon as you're out, they refill it with more water. It's like a pool.
Well, guys, you'll be happy to know. Oh wait, hang on. I gotta talk about our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo.
It's a good month to buy a car, man.
Judith, Yosef, and everybody at our friends at Cherry Hill Volvo. What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now you can get a sensational 2023 S60 courtesy of Volvo for less than $29,000. These beautiful Volvos have less than 5,000 miles. Hurry to Cherry Hill Volvo today to get yours. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. You guys will be happy to know. I know the border's a mess, but Joe Biden was there. Let me see here. Last year. So everything is okay. Karine Jean-Pierre said the president was at the border last year. He got to see it for himself what the Border Patrol agents go through. This is what she said yesterday. This is cut one. Phil, go.
Well, the president was at the border last year, so just want to make that clear. And so he got to see for himself what the Border Patrol agents go through, their process. He got to see the technology that's used.
There you go.
The technology. He was there last year. So if we've done the math, now I believe I'm correct when I say this. Joe has been there one time in 3+ years, and Kamala's been there one time as well.
Was she there one time?
That's
I don't
two
even
in
know if
total.
Well, she was somewhere within like 750 miles of the border.
She went
wasn't
to the state,
she?
she went to the state of Texas one time.
She was
in Houston.
She was in the vicinity.
They had a great taco truck in Dallas. I saw the border. I was there. What an administration! It's it's really two things. Number one, it's the number one issue in the news cycle right now. It is the predominant headline. It's been like that for 2 weeks now. This the border debacle, and then you take it a step further. Even if you don't get this bill passed, even if there's nothing that changes in the next 9 or 10 months, just from an optics standpoint, you should go. You know, the guy is the president is on vacation 39% of his presidency. You could get on your Air Force One, fly down there, spend 3 hours. It's like the same thing with East Palestine. Yep. Like these little moments where you just have to do the photo op and act like you care when you really don't. Might go, I'm not going to say it's going to go a long way, but at least there's positive press for you for doing it from some. Like the left will be like,
Is that what our politics become? Act like you care, even
act
though
like you care.
don't.
It's optics.
I just hate. I just despise both parties. I just do. Here, I'm gonna piss more people off. I don't care. I just hate more. I just hate both parties. It's just.
There's plenty of people I think in our audience that are pissed off at the GOP.
It's all of the same.
Yes.
Everybody does the same thing.
Yes. I'm tired of the Republican Party not getting anything accomplished when they do hold power. What are we doing here? What is going on with Mike Johnson? He really remember when he got the position post McCarthy, everybody was like, rock solid conservative Trump supporter. He hasn't done nothing since he's been in this position.
Well,
he's been exposed too.
Let me ask you guys a question. Isn't the whole point though? Doesn't the MAGA movement want
the outsider?
A stalemate. They don't want government overreaching. They don't want more laws. They don't want more bills. So isn't the point of having a speaker that can't get anything done kind of the point?
Well, I mean, that's the way. That's in truth, the federal government and Congress was designed to have the bureaucracy protect us because it, in essence, moves slowly, such that they can't do anything too drastic. To your point, I mean, there is a benefit of bureaucracy in that when you have a bunch of doofuses in there, they can't do anything too drastic.
Yeah. I just think people, when they saw that bill come out and it was 3 times the amount of money going to Ukraine and their border and their battle compared to ours, I think there's a lot of Republicans that would accept this bill if it was more balanced out. If it was, $30 million for Ukraine and $30 million for our border, or is it billion? I forget. I think it's billion. Gazillion.
All I have to say is neither party has a vested interest in doing anything for the border.
They're not incentivized. You're right.
Yeah, they're not incentivized, so it doesn't matter. They can just keep volleying this ball back and forth, but nobody's incentivized to do anything about the border.
Even if a great deal came across in this bill, so let's play politics for a moment.
Yeah.
Do you think that the Republicans in the House right now really want to fix the border in the next 9 months?
No.
Because you're using that to campaign against Joe.
Yes.
So
raise money.
Yeah. But if you correct the issue right now, that's one less bullet in your chamber if you're the GOP and you're Donald Trump come November, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, look, the Democrats know exactly what they're doing with the border. This isn't a mistake. This isn't like, oh, look, we're trying to fix the border. They're not.
No.
They know exactly what they're doing. And the Republicans on the other side know exactly what they're doing, too. They don't want to fix anything because they want to run on it.
Yep.
So we, the American people, get screwed.
1,000%. I totally agree.
We're all getting played.
Speaking of Mike Johnson, he was a lot of Republican senators are not happy with him, or the entire GOP conference. This is a little montage of a bunch of House Republicans who are embarrassed about our conference. This is cut. Where are we here? 13. Phil, go.
When you are handed the keys to the to the kingdom, as it were, when you have the majority, there is an expectation that you will be able to govern. And we've just struggled with that over and over again.
I was embarrassed for our conference, for our party, because we can do better than we did last night.
He didn't count votes. I think he will next time.
Shouldn't he count the votes before coming to the floor?
I think he relied, in his defense, on other people to sway some people. He needs to count votes before it comes to the floor. This message of not impeaching Mayorkas sent a wrong message, I think. He needs to count and make sure. And as bad as Pelosi was, she knew her votes before it took place.
That's what Dawn has been saying. Dawn, you've said it.
The vampire.
Yes. It's so embarrassing that Mike Johnson would roll out onto that floor not knowing the way the vote is going to go. This is the equivalent. They teach you as a lawyer when you are cross-examining or putting somebody on the stand in a trial or a court proceeding. You never ask a question that you don't know the answer to. How can Mike Johnson go out there not knowing how the votes are going to go and look like a complete buffoon? You heard that clip, the first guy saying, well, next time, you're probably going to come. Like, you have to know that in advance. Ken Buck from Colorado, McClintock, whatever his name is, from California. It's such a bad look, especially when you're early on in your position as the Speaker of the House.
Guys, do you really think he didn't know? You really thought he was going to get the votes?
I will say Johnson he did seem surprised to me. One was the one guy, the Democrat, who came in his hospital gown or whatever. Yep. Hopefully it was his fanny wasn't. No, I'm teasing. But I think there on the Democrat side. I mean, you look at how close it was. Yep. But to her credit, the vampire, as Zeoli always called her, which brings me to the Sesame Street. The Count, wasn't he a vampire too? 1, 2. So I just think that she counted everything over and over. She didn't take anybody's word for it, and she had total control at all times.
She did. As much as I don't like the policies, she was very effective at her job.
I just find it really hard to believe that he went to the House floor for a vote and didn't know he didn't have the votes. I think
that was embarrassing.
I think he did. I think the whole point was to not pass the bill, right?
No, I think you're giving him too much credit.
Wow.
I do. I think it was a rookie.
I mean, I'm not a fan of this. I think he's a sniveling weasel. We talked about that.
I don't think he's
he's just low energy.
No, I just think it was a rookie mistake. They put him in there. It's a tough job.
Bring back Kevin McCarthy.
Well, that's what Gates was. The funny thing is now, Gates is now pushing for McCarthy because remember the one thing McCarthy did well was fundraising.
So they want to put her in Rana's old spot?
Yes.
Yeah, I figured that would be floated out. Who floated that out?
Gates, believe it or not. Matt Gaetz.
The same Gaetz that him and McCarthy had a battle with for how many months? And he vilified him and wanted him out.
So be careful. Sometimes, be careful what you wish for, Matt Gaetz.
This is all WWE storyline telling.
It is. It's so true.
Guys, AOC believes that people are shoplifting because they need bread for their kids.
Oh, please. Well, how come they're not shoplifting bread then?
What are they shoplifting?
People are just I guess you could say because of the Biden economy that people can't afford bread, so they have to steal it. I guess you could make that argument.
Sure.
That's not the argument that she's making, though. That she's making that people are looting stores because people are hungry and they need to feed their children.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna start with cut 3 here, Phil. Go.
And so they go out and they need to feed their child and they don't have money, so you maybe they're put in a position where they feel like they either need to shoplift some bread or go hungry that night.
See, it's just you guys are misunderstanding it, guys.
Right. So now it's okay to commit a crime because you are struggling. Never permissible to commit.
They're not struggling. They're doing it because they want to do it. Phil,
they're doing it because they know they're not going to get arrested and be forced to post bail.
Phil, can you play the video? This is if you want to see this video, because it's video only.
I did see this.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. By the way, if you're watching right now, please hit the like and subscribe button.
Look at that.
If you want to see, look at this. This guy's like stealing 50 iPhones.
Yeah, this is what, an Apple store?
Yeah, this is an Apple store in Oakland, California.
And you think this is a professional smash and grab operation? Look how quickly he's moving.
He just needs bread for his kids, guys.
He's sticking them all in his sweatpants.
Yep. But here's the weird thing, because Jonathan, my stepson, worked for Apple for over a decade. When they would in Ardmore.
Yeah.
So if somebody did this, they would, because all these phones, they have trackers for them.
Right.
Yep.
So they would call. They would call one of the phones, and they would say, "All right, we're tracking you.
Yep.
We know exactly where you are. You can't stop it. And so just bring it back, drop it off to the front, and we're done. We won't prosecute."
He just needs to feed his kids, guys.
Right. Well, I mean, how much bread can you buy if you resell 50 iPhones? Buy a lot of loaves of bread, right?
Ridiculous.
You could probably buy Amoroso's Bakery right now.
Look at this.
Why did nobody? My question is why is everybody just kind of sit? Would you get involved if you were in that store?
No, because you're going to end up getting put in jail.
Yeah. The policy at all these stores is, well, first of all, you don't know if he has a gun or whatever, but I don't see a gun.
Mm-hmm.
But all this, we've seen, who was it? The lady at Walmart? We've seen people get fired.
Yep.
Yeah.
For doing the
employees will get fired,
Yeah.
and innocent bystanders, like that guy that was standing there with the jeans on, just watching, he'll go to jail too. He'll get Daniel Pennied.
Just needs to feed his kids.
By the
with the 46 iPhones that he's buying.
Crazy, and he can't even.
Excuse me.
He can't afford a belt. His pants are falling down.
Well, it's hard to keep your pants up when you've got 35 pounds worth of phone in your boxers.
He left his car double parked outside. He's about 4'10".
Yep.
And they just let him do it. They just let him do it.
His car would have been carjacked in Philadelphia.
My God.
Oh my God.
By the way, here's how dumb Apple must be. Why are you putting real life phones out there? We all know what an iPhone looks like. We've all played with one. Just put dummy models out there, right?
Yeah.
Like why put the real phone out there?
Phil, what I want to do is can we play the audio of AOC and you play the video of the guy stealing over top of it?
Yeah.
If you're ready for that, ready, go.
And so they go out and they need to feed their child and they don't have money. So you maybe have to, they're put in a position where they feel like they either need to shoplift some bread or go hungry that night.
Right.
Yep. He's just going hungry.
The iPhone 15 Pro will get us 3 dinners at Red Lobster, folks.
He just needs to feed his kids.
Bidenomics, baby.
And look at that. There's the cord attached to it, right? Because they always have those little drawstrings on the back.
Yeah. Bill L wants to know who videotaped it. That's a good question.
One of the workers. And remember, we've seen workers get in trouble for even videotaping.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Does he have a mask on in that video, by the way? Did I notice a mask?
Yeah, well, it's like one of those ski caps, ski masks.
Which is illegal in Philadelphia.
Yes.
It's unbelievable.
Unreal. And, of course, he's getting into a Hyundai.
Did he?
Yeah.
That's a hoot.
It's
probably stolen.
It's the official vehicle of criminals.
Well, that's the funny thing about this whole thing is that it's the squad and all the bleeding heart libs want to just. Oh, it's the plight. You don't understand. You've never walked a mile in their shoes.
Yep. And
walk a mile in that guy's shoes. His pink shoes, by the way.
And now you see why I want Trump to troll these people on day one with day one dictator for a day because of these nonsensical arguments that they're making that stealing iPhones is okay because you got to feed your family bread. Get lost.
Look, for the good of the show, I hope Trump keeps trolling because it just gives us great content. So that's all.
I just want AOC to have another meltdown.
They just need bread for their kids. They're poor. Stop. Unbelievable. Stop. What a dummy she is.
She is.
Is there a dumber human being than AOC?
Yeah.
Whole question. No, I'm just
no. As far as politics go, I think she's about as bad as it gets. Although I've told you, she's become such a caricature of herself now that I don't have her as the most detestable squad dem. That's Tlaib or no, not Tlaib. The one that Marjorie Taylor Greene's trying to expel. Ilhan Omar. Yeah. She is literally, I think, the angriest politician I've ever seen.
Yeah.
She just looks like she hates the world.
Nikki Haley is an election denier.
Okay.
She was interviewed because we said the story yesterday that Nikki Haley and the Nevada caucus lost to none of the above.
Correct.
None of the above.
Sources say she's actually contemplating changing her name legally to none of the above.
See, I won. She can gnash her teeth together. See, I won. She was interviewed yesterday, and she said, "Look, the Nevada caucus was rigged from the start."
Okay.
So, Nikki Haley, election denier, cut 4, Phil, go.
Does that situation in Nevada hurt a little bit?
No. I mean, Nevada, it's such a scam. They were supposed to have a primary. Trump rigged it so that the GOP chairman, who's been indicted, would go and create a caucus. We knew months ago that we weren't going to spend a day or a dollar in Nevada because it wasn't worth it. And so we didn't even count Nevada. That wasn't anything we were looking at. We knew that was rigged from the start.
Sure.
Our focus is on South Carolina, Michigan, Super Tuesday. So if you look what we did in Iowa and you look what we did in New Hampshire, we're continuing to grow. That's what matters, I think, more than anything else. But look at what happened this week. Here you have Republicans lost a major vote on the border. Republicans lost a major vote on Israel. Donald Trump was found that he will not have immunity in all of these court cases coming up. The RNC chair is fired. All of this chaos is happening around us, and Donald Trump's fingerprints are on every bit of it. We can't continue as the Republican Party to go forward with this chaos. You don't defeat Democrat chaos with Republican chaos, and that's why we've got to see a change.
All right, so Nikki is the great stabilizer. She will be the equalizer, and Nevada was a rigged job. So she put not a day and not a dollar into Nevada, yet she seems to have sour grapes about it. Yet she's been all in for a year on New Hampshire. She got blistered by Trump there, and now we're on to South Carolina, Michigan, and Super Tuesday. She's going to lose every stop. And I would actually argue she might lose South Carolina by more than she does Michigan.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
Which would be really embarrassing considering it's her home state.
Guys, I mean, this is embarrassing. She is destroying her political future, in my opinion. Look.
DeSantis looks brighter by the day. Getting out of the way.
Yeah.
Making up, endorsing Trump, the whole bit.
None of the above. She got beat by none of the above.
That's a rough look.
Even Joe Biden, who wasn't even on the ballot, still won. Seriously.
Yeah. Well, and she's got that bravado to her because she's got the backing. She's got the money. When you have that kind of financial support with no end in sight financially of the donors and the big, I almost said boosters like it's college athletics. She's going to keep firing. She's playing with house money. And, she actually, I think there is a part of her that believes she's going to chop away at this. What does she say? We're only 2 states in with 48 to go. I don't see the path, but there might be just some level of arrogance to her where she's of the belief that she can stun the world. I don't see where it's going to come. She keeps talking about momentum. She's getting doubled up in delegates. She's down 32-16.
Do you really think that she thinks she has a chance?
There might be a sliver of it. I mean, I think.
That's just insanity. Well, it's insanity.
Yeah.
Hey guys, did you know Chris Christie released a book on Tuesday?
Well, I pre-ordered mine weeks ago. It still hasn't arrived.
I believe it's titled like "What Would Reagan Think" or "What Would Reagan Do" or something like that.
What do I have for dinner?
So he's being trotted out on all of the whole running for president thing.
Sloppy Chris Christie
was just to sell books, right? I mean,
or get another TV gig.
Well, he had a TV gig.
What with ABC?
Yeah, and I believe that he had to drop out of it because he was running for president. But I believe that now that he's not anymore, he can, because ABC was the first network to interview him.
Yeah,
he sat down with George Stephanopoulos.
Yeah. Speaking of TV news, by the way, I've got a good story we'll get to later on the fall of the TV news star salary.
Dawn has been saying this for so long. When I read that story, I was just like, wow, Dawn is like
right in Dawn's wheelhouse.
Nostradamus on this.
Yep.
Chris Christie, speaking on Nikki Haley, will he endorse her? And shocker, he can't. This is cut 6, Phil, go.
Can you imagine endorsing her a little bit down the road?
No, not based on what she said. Imagine the position I'd be in if I endorsed someone who then turned around and endorsed Donald Trump. I'm not going to be put in that spot again, George. I made a decision in 2016, the only time in my political career where I endorsed someone purely for political reasons, even though I had some misgivings. And that's when I endorsed Donald Trump. And it was the biggest mistake I made in my political career. And I'm just not going to repeat that mistake for anybody.
Even to this day, out of the primary race, kind of irrelevant. We haven't really heard much or seen much from Sloppy lately. He's really, he's going to die on that I'm never going back to Trump Hill, isn't he?
He is.
Wow. I can't endorse her in fear of when she drops out, she'll endorse him. And then I'll be attached to her and connected to him again indirectly. Boy, what a petty individual. My God. And by the way, Chris, with all due respect, I'm not sure that your endorsement carries much weight. I'm not going to endorse Nikki. I don't know that Nikki's looking for your endorsement, boss.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you're watching right now, please hit the like button, and also please hit the subscribe button if you have not done so. Also, since we're plugging here, by the way, keyword contest coming up when?
That would be 18 minutes from now.
18 minutes, okay.
Yeah.
If you're listening right now on the Odyssey app, go to the Talk Radio 1210 page or part of the app, and then just hit the follow button up at the top here. Like I'm putting my phone up to the screen, hit the follow button. It's a little check mark. Please hit the follow button. I'd appreciate it. James Carville, who ran Bill Clinton's campaign in 1992, had the quote, "It's the economy, stupid," says now that Dems shouldn't go out and tell people how great the economy is.
Oh boy.
Look, he's say what you will about him. He's nuts, but he's a very smart political mind.
Yeah, he's got skins on the wall, as I like to say.
He does. And this is what he said about the economy and Joe Biden running right now. Cut 12, Phil, go.
You know, you famously have the line is the economy stupid. You talk about running against a do-nothing Congress, and obviously President Biden is focusing a lot on the former president. Is the economic message shouldn't that be front and center? I mean, there's certainly some good economic news, I believe.
Right, but people live in an economy and they feel it. And we know from the Clinton years and we know from the Obama years that it takes a lot. You have to go pretty deep into a recovery where people are feeling it. And I think he should talk about things they've done to help families cope with cost of living increases, like the prescription drugs or releasing the Strategic Petroleum Reserve or other things that they've done to clear up the supply chain. But it's hard if you tell people they live in a good economy and they don't think they do, they think that you don't understand their lives. And I think he can talk about things that he's done. He can certainly talk about his infrastructure bill, which is a real magnificent achievement. But I don't agree that they should go out and tell people how great this economy is. You got to let people feel the economy, and they can talk about measures that they've taken to help people deal with obviously has been a cost of living increase for families across this country.
It's actually a really good point because you can take all the numbers that you want that show things are going in the right direction, but if the American public isn't feeling it on a per transaction basis, when you do your grocery shopping each week, when you fill up your SUV, so forth and so on, like Dawn said, when you get your Pico bill, things like that, it don't matter what the metrics say. If you're not living it and feeling it on a transactional basis, and that really goes to show where this administration is. They're not going to talk about that. They're not going to tout it because it's a tough sell. And they're going to go to what they do best. They're going to do democracy, dictator, and abortion. That's going to be the message.
Senator Tim Scott was on Fox News yesterday, and we played the clip earlier this week, I think it was, of Trump saying the criteria he has for vice president, and he did mention Tim Scott in that interview. So the Fox News anchor asked Tim Scott about whether he'll be Trump's VP pick or not. This is what he said. This is cut 9. Phil, go.
Yeah, and very quickly, I'm way over time, but I got to ask, if you're asked by Donald Trump to be his vice presidential candidate, would you accept?
I accept the responsibility of making sure that America gets 4 more years of Donald Trump because we were better off with Trump. I'm not going to worry about what happens with me. If we focus on 4 more years of Trump, we get low inflation, low unemployment, and high enthusiasm.
Senator Tim Scott, always a pleasure to see you, sir. Thank you for being here.
Good answer.
Good answer.
Excellent.
As much as I like Tim Scott, a little too low energy for me in that role. I mean, I don't need a carnival barker, which is why I don't think Vivek would work in that spot. But I just need somebody with a little more bounce to their step. I think female's the way to go. I stand by that. Who that is, we've had that conversation 15 times on the show, but I think female's the route to go.
I mean, think of Mike Pence. Mike Pence was low energy, wasn't a carnival barker.
Yeah.
So I think he wants that because he's the one who can do all that. He doesn't need somebody like Vivek there to, right?
Right. Very true. But I'd like somebody with maybe carnival barker was the wrong phrase. Just somebody a little bit more stern, a little stronger, a little more conviction, a little more bite to what they say. Tim Scott's just a very soothing listen. Just sit back in my chair and listen to. I'm going to get like an Audible book and have Tim Scott narrate the book to me as I lay in my chair.
Getting out of the world of politics for a second. Two clips here. Do you guys know Ben Crump?
Yeah, he's the new Johnny Cochran of this generation of attorneys.
He's the attorney. He represented the George Floyd family.
Yeah.
Well, apparently his coffers are drying up because he is now representing Snoop Dogg in a lawsuit that. Did you know Snoop Dogg had a cereal?
No.
Yeah. Snoop Dogg has a cereal.
I've been out of the cereal game for a quarter century now.
And they're claiming that Walmart is racist.
Uh-oh.
Because they're not putting the Snoop cereal, out where people can see it.
Okay.
They're hiding it in the back because, Snoop is black.
Oh.
That's what Ben Crump is arguing. And he's starting a hashtag, Snoop Cereal Challenge, hashtag Snoop Cereal Challenge, where people can go in and see where the Snoop cereal. This is a giant.
This is
publicity
good.
stunt, by the way.
Okay,
smart.
Snoop Cereal Challenge, where you go into a Walmart and you take a picture of where the Snoop cereal is placed in your local Walmart.
Okay, and this is only Walmart.
This is only Walmart. This is cut 8, Phil. This is Ben Crump explaining. Cut 8, Phil. Go.
Hey, brothers and sisters. You all know we just filed a lawsuit on behalf of Brodus Foods that was co-founded by Snoop Dogg and Master P against Walmart and Post because these brothers created this black-owned product from this black-owned company, and yet they would not put the cereal on the aisles. They kept them in the back of the storeroom.
Uh-oh.
And so we want to ask you all to help us with the Snoop Cereal Challenge. Go to Walmart and other grocery stores and videotape the cereal aisle and send it to me and Snoop Dogg and Master P on your social media accounts. Master P said it best. This isn't about him and Snoop. This is about the brothers and sisters who have black-owned businesses who are going to get disenfranchised just like them. They said if it can happen to them, two of the biggest names in the community, then what good can regular brothers and sisters do in this fight? We all in this together.
We're all in this together.
Total PR move. There's no way they actually believe this because, first of all,
well, there's a real lawsuit.
Well, it doesn't cost. I mean, this guy's only going to get compensated by Snoop if he wins. So, it's PR for both of them. But Walmart to put this cereal in their store, even if it's in the back, they had to buy it. So why would Walmart spend their money to purchase the cereal and not put it out on the sales floor to make a profit on their investment? Makes no sense to me. Case dismissed.
I'm raising my hand.
Yes, sir.
I just went to Walmart.com to look up the Snoop cereal. By the way, it's out of stock, so their whole marketing campaign is genius. You know why maybe people aren't buying it?
It's loaded with sugar?
It's $10 a box.
Oh, wow.
It's $9.47 for a single box.
Well, what's your Fruit Loops?
I have no idea.
What's the
I don't buy
standard?
any- I
What's
don't
the
buy any
standard
of that
cereal
crap.
cost?
It's expensive.
Is it? What do you spend normally for a box of cereal?
I don't
Dawn?
like.
I mean, a box of Cheerios, like those big things, are like $5, aren't they?
Okay. Family size Frosted Flakes.
Okay, I'll be honest. I hate cereal.
So do I.
Me too.
This is a battle in our house because
Yeah.
it's so highly processed.
Yes.
So Larry buys it. I hide it somewhere until it expires, then I throw it away. So it's our,
By the
my
way,
little battle.
anybody who knows anything about the cereal wars, the marketing wars, you pay retailers like Walmart where to put. They don't just say, well, let's put this here, this here.
Yeah.
You pay to have things at eye level.
Positions.
You pay to things have the first thing you see when you walk down that aisle. That's all paid for by Kellogg's or whatever company it is.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
By the way, Kellogg, I believe, was the founder of the circumcision. I believe he was the one who started doing this circumcision, right?
Really?
Yeah. I believe that's right.
It's good information out of you.
In order to get guys to stop.
I'm trying to think the last time I actually had cereal. Probably Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and that had to be 20 years ago. I was never even a cereal fan as a kid.
Really?
Good.
I always wanted eggs or bacon or.
John Cozen said it isn't $10 a box if you just steal it.
Oh, it's true. I mean, yeah, because as Meatball once said, everybody's got to eat.
Snoop Dogg has a cereal, and they're claiming racism.
Although, if you go back to that cereal box in that picture, I mean, I know it says Snoop cereal on it.
It's Fruit Loops.
Yeah, but it doesn't even. If I just looked at that in the store, I would not assume that was a Snoop Dogg product. I mean, it's just got like a blue Smurf like wolf on the cover. It's purple and pink, and it looks like a bowl of Fruit Loops.
Ben Crump.
Yeah, what a fraud he is.
Well, allegedly. Let's protect ourselves here, Nick.
Ben Crump. He's like he reminds me of the old narrative with a lot of the civil lawyers, the malpractice ones. They call them ambulance chasers.
Yeah, it's not just him. There's a whole industry of lawyers that are just looking to get rich and.
Yeah. Well, and now if you're not only like one of those lawyers and you're a race hustler, it's the double whammy. I mean, you're in big demand these days because everything's racist.
Yep.
Obviously, not putting Snoop cereal in the right spot or out there at all. Clear act of racism.
Did you know Brock Purdy, Nick Kayal, is the quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers?
Yeah.
So an internet joke made its way to Super Bowl Media Day when San Francisco 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy was asked a bizarre question about Lee Harvey Oswald.
Oh, no.
On Monday night, Twitter user Josh Chavis went viral when he posted a side-by-side photo of Purdy and the man who assassinated President John F. Kennedy, Lee Harvey Oswald. He claimed to have made the sudden realization that the two bore a vague resemblance. Phil, if you can put the picture, there we go. I mean, guys, look at the bottom two. They resemble one another, don't they?
Not bad. I mean, it's not a doppelganger. It's not a dead ringer.
He looks like Lee Harvey Oswald. He does look like Lee Harvey Oswald. Come on.
He looks like he's 14.
He does. Because the NFL and sports reporters have nothing else to ask about.
Yeah.
A sports reporter asked him about this, and it kind of took him by surprise because obviously he's not on the internet and didn't know that this was a thing. This is cut 10. Phil, go.
Pictures of you and Lee Harvey Oswald circling around the internet right now. People think you two look alike. Did you ever hear that before?
I haven't. That's my first time hearing it. Yeah.
What do you think about that comparison? Physical comparison, obviously.
I don't know.
I'm kind of underpaid. I'm kind of boring. I'm a little overrated. Now you're comparing me to a guy that killed some. I still drive my 2012 Sequoia. Boy, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
These sports media members, and I've said this on this show before. I think a lot of them just hate covering sports anymore.
Agreed.
They're at a point where and I've said this about the Jamel Hills of the world. Like, if you think you have a bigger calling in life as a media member and you want to do politics, news, social justice, knock yourself out. But if I'm Brock Purdy, I would troll these reporters. I would have just stared at that guy until he felt uncomfortable and waited for somebody else to ask the next question.
Or just play along with it. You know what I mean? Just.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
By the way, look at that freeze frame, Phil. That freeze frame you have right now. Put that up on the screen. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. He looks like Brock Purdy, or he looks like Lee Harvey Oswald.
A little bit. He's got the everyman look, though. Doesn't Purdy got like that? He looks like he's from the Brady Bunch.
He could be Lee Harvey Oswald's son. That's all I'm saying. All right, we should break before the keyword.
All right, keyword is coming up in exactly 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Stay tuned. Keyword number 6 so far. Disney, cruise, summer, beaches, magical. What's the keyword today? Find out next, followed by Dawn's Big 3 as we continue. It's Kayal and Company, Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yes. Speaking of Brock Purdy, the Super Bowl, Sunday, San Francisco 49ers and the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm taking the Kansas City Chiefs plus 2.5. FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino is where I make all my bets. You can take action with a no-sweat, a same-game parlay. When you bet on a Super Bowl 58 on FanDuel, one game can mean a lot of wins. It's America's #1 sportsbook. I said I'm taking the Chiefs plus 2.5. I am taking Travis Kelce to score an anytime touchdown and Patrick Mahomes to be the Super Bowl 58 MVP. You can combine those bets for a chance at an even bigger payday. You'll get bonus bets back if your same-game parlay doesn't win. So start building your own, or just go to the popular same-game parlays already built for you in America's #1 sportsbook. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg if you don't already have an account. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL, and is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, present PA, minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you want to taste what America has to offer without leaving your own backyard? Then come to Liberty Union Bar and Grill in Chester Springs and Kimberton, where they feature Americana comfort food served in a warm and inviting bar and dining room. What are you doing for the big game on Sunday? Check out Liberty Union with a free halftime wing and pasta buffet, or come for Valentine's Day with a 3-course meal for $99 a couple. Liberty Union Bar and Grill in Chester Springs and Kimberton, home of the free tater tots. Visit LibertyUnionBar.com.
I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. with the good news, brought to you by BetterHelp. The Food and Drug Administration, FDA, has approved a wide range of new innovative medicines for use in America. The good news is the healthcare industry across the nation is benefiting from the new medicines that are now being produced and distributed. Pharmacists continue to be on the front line of healthcare. Do relationships have to be easy to be right? Of course not. The best relationships with friends, family, or partners happen when both people put in the time and commitment to make them great. Therapy can help. BetterHelp offers convenient, affordable online therapy. Start the process in minutes and switch therapists anytime. Give your relationship some love with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/goodnews today to get 10% off of your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/goodnews. That's the good news. I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. on the USBC Network, brought to you by BetterHelp.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Sick and tired of achy joints? Dread the idea of surgery? You need to call QC Kinetics. Call them today. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. The old ideas like steroids and surgery are no longer your only options. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. Knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain from arthritis or a past injury. Don't let this pain keep you from living your best life. QC Kinetics advanced state-of-the-art treatments harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Make 2024 the year you reclaim your mobility. Reclaim your independence. Walk and run, play, live without the danger and trauma of surgery and without harmful drugs. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics for a free consultation, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Free speech lives here.
Kayal and Company, 8:31. Welcome back in. Nick, Dawn, and Greg on this Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It is that time yet again. Keyword time, baby. Don't forget, you will take this keyword to 1210WPHT.com and enter it for your chance to win a magical 7-night voyage to the Caribbean. Because the time to show your kids the world is now. 7 nights, total of 4 people. This thing is worth like $2 billion, folks.
$2 billion, Dawn.
Unbelievable.
Did you hear that?
$2 billion.
I would say it's actually priceless. The memories that you'll make.
Yes.
I love
Priceless.
You. I love you.
You, the wife, little Skippy, the mixter, on a boat. Yeah. Memories.
Cruise ship.
Cruise ship. Big one. Disney cruise. All right, here we go.
Uh-oh.
So the first 5 keywords.
No, you don't have to give them every day.
You don't want me to do that? Okay.
No, because then there's no reason for them to tune in if you're just going to, if they miss one.
That's true.
You know
We got to
what I
make
mean?
this punitive, don't we?
Every once in a while you can do it. I'm fine with doing it.
We set a precedent here.
Yeah. 1210WPHT.com. Don't email me. Don't text me. And I don't mean listeners. Listeners are fine to email me and text me. I'm talking about people that are in my life that'll be like, what's the keyword today? You can't win because you know me.
Right. Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
If you're in Stalker's Circle, you're out.
You're out. You can't win because you know me.
That's right. Some say it would pay to know. Sometimes not so much. All right, here we go. Keyword. Get ready to break the internet, folks. Let's crash 1210WPHT.com right now by entering the keyword food.
Food?
Food.
I'm starving.
FOOD. Food. Take it right now. 1210WPHT.com. There's your keyword. So that is 6 keywords down, 10 to go. We will be going through next, actually 2 Thursdays from now.
2 Thursdays.
2 Thursdays from now. February 22nd will be the last keyword. And 2 weeks from tomorrow, we will call the winner live on the air. God willing, they answer the phone and they are excited. And we will announce the winner on the show. If you're not excited, I'm taking the trip myself and going.
You're not allowed to.
You're right.
You're an Odyssey employee. Dawn Stensland, you're an Odyssey employee. That means none of your extended family can win.
Yes.
All
right. Yep. Food.
What if they're married and have a
nope. If they know
different
you,
name?
If they know you, they're not allowed to register. So everybody who's been texting me, you're not allowed to register because you know me.
Yes.
Stop it! Just stop it!
Stop texting Greg.
A lot of people know us. That's not fair. Does it have to be a blood relative? I mean, let's do a DNA test over
I
here.
see what you're doing here.
Bring in Maury Povich.
Okay.
You are not the father.
Who's your daddy?
Yes. All right, still ahead this morning, the airline industry putting a new voluntary
kind of a new procedure that I think might catch on. We're going to get to that story. Democrats are hoping one person can slide a state in a different direction, and also the fall of the TV news star salary. This is the true life story of Dawn Stensland. We're actually going to get to this story coming up later on in the program.
Kimmy on the YouTube chat says, what if they don't answer? That's not, I think we went through this.
It's not an option.
They have to. If we pick your name, you're the winner no matter what.
Yes.
And we're not picking it, by the way. Our promotions department is
that
picking
Walter?
It. Walter, Bonnie, Melissa, all of them.
Yeah.
One of them will pick it. I don't know. Maybe all three.
All right, food, 1210WPHT.com.
Food.
Yes, 8:35. Let's get to Dawn Stensland's Big Three at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
I have to take you to the breaking news story of the day, and that is that we have many family members, including children, unaccounted for this morning. This is East Lansdowne, Delaware County, making major national and international news, as well as, of course, dominating our headlines here. This home was engulfed in fire overnight. The area cordoned off. Earlier yesterday, we saw SWAT, many officers, after everything could have gone wrong, when 2 officers were called in a 911 call, being told a little 11-year-old girl had been shot near or at this home. The officers rushed forth, and they were met with gunfire. Then the house explodes into flames, according to witnesses. Those officers continuing to run toward the flames to save what they believe to be children inside this home. Those officers being deemed as heroes in the community. They're recovering in the hospital, suffering from gunshot wounds in stable condition. But ultimately, we have crews going through the house right now and fearing the worst, as many as 8 family members, including children, could be inside that home. A real tragedy in the Philadelphia region, making national news. We also have this morning, we have this call to duty turning deadly for 5 Marines who vanished when their chopper dropped off radar late Tuesday. This is California West Coast, but just moments ago, officials confirming all 5 Marines from the 3rd Marine Aircraft Wing and the Flying Tigers were indeed killed while conducting that nightly training flight. And this is from their Major General, who has confirmed this morning, leading many to question both the night vision and how many crashes we've seen with military choppers. So many questioning this one. We won't know the identities of these Marines, and that's protocol per 24 hours, but we're awaiting news and updates on these 2 very huge breaking news stories. On a much lighter note, let's talk about what's happening this weekend. And our own Jason Kelce, beloved Philadelphia Eagle, making national news because, he's joking about the Swifties.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, there's a lot of Kelce news.
Yeah, there's too many Kelces, by the way.
I love Jason Kelce. I love the Kelce.
I actually feel bad for Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid right
Who?
now.
Brothers.
Yeah.
Brothers.
The 2 brothers
don't hug.
Yeah.
You know that they never, that Mama Kelce made the rule. You boys can play video games, but can't kill your brother in the video game.
Yeah.
You know that was her rule, too.
The Chiefs are going to lose because there's too many distractions.
See?
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's too many.
Bold predicament.
Well, Jason Kelce said that they were completely, curse word, that the Swifties are at fault for kind of ruining the integrity of his brother, he and his brother Travis's New Heights NFL bracket competition, saying that he campaigned for. So I guess there were claims that the Eagles center manipulated results by involving the Buffalo Bills fans and the Bills Mafia.
Mm-hmm.
So there's this whole thing online. It's gone viral.
Oh.
But then Jason was joking about voter turnout, making some political references, maybe some Trump references. I don't know.
Could you see Jason Kelce in politics?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. He's definitely the smarter one. And he speaks, he's a great speaker.
Yeah.
If you watch, we've all watched his podcast.
Mm-hmm.
He's definitely,
Yeah, I think
the
he's
more
a-
articulate Kelsey.
I think he's a bright guy.
Yeah.
I really do. And I don't think
And lovable.
And I don't think I don't think Travis Kelce is stupid by any stretch. I just think he's more of the. I think they're all attention seekers, but Travis Kelce's the one who kind of takes it to a different level.
I think Travis is definitely the lesser to me personally. But the funny story, okay, the other thing I will say, Mama Kelsey came out. She's gone viral because she said, who will be in the stands? I confirm I will be in the stands, making a play on Will Taylor. But apparently Taylor Swift is now confirming she will make it back.
Oh, good to know.
So she's coming from where's her concert?
Tokyo, I think.
So now everybody's saying, oh, really? Taking the jet,
Yeah.
ruining the climate change.
If I'm Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, I shut the whole thing down.
Isn't there a report that she asked the NFL to pay for her flight?
Yeah.
Reportedly.
Yeah,
She's a little businesswoman.
Which that's absurd. She's got stupid money. What do you mean the NFL has to pay for you? Why? Why would the NFL have to pay for her?
By the way, we are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group right now. I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
Because Taylor Swift, every time they show her,
Yeah.
every time, and she's way back in the box.
Yep.
And she looks up, and you look at her face, and she's like, you're trying to increase your ratings, and I'm being pimped and played.
Oh,
you
and she
got to
doesn't.
pay for this.
You don't think she likes it?
No, because she's a little business person.
Did you see? On Sunday night at the Grammys when they did when Tracy Chapman and Luke Combs did Fast Car.
Yep.
She was the only one of the bigwigs standing up the whole time.
There were a few others.
Were there?
Yeah, but she always that's her MO. During every Grammys that I can remember.
Okay.
Since she's been doing this, she stands up and sings along.
She knows what she's doing.
Because I remember I had a bet with somebody one year of how many songs will they show Taylor Swift singing along to.
Yeah.
But she's in the moment. She's having fun.
I'm telling you, seriously, if you're Patrick Mahomes, everything needs to be shut. Think about Patrick Mahomes right now. His dad just got hit with a third DWI. His dad is Pat Mahomes Sr., former Major League Baseball player. So he's got a history of being intoxicated behind a wheel. Terrible decision. His younger brother, Jackson Mahomes, is a goofball. He was charged with, I think the case was dropped, but he was charged allegedly for, I think, strangling a female.
Yep.
Brittany Mahomes, Patrick Mahomes' wife, she's another diva. She's a total pain in the butt. She's on social media too much. Look at me telling people that they're on social media too much. She's always getting involved. She's like Darius Slay's wife for the Eagles, Eagles corner. Like, if you're a pro athlete, you can't have your wife fighting your battles on social media for you. And then his tight end is dating Taylor Swift. And then his tight end brings his brother. His tight end brings his mom. The whole thing is a disaster. Like, Patrick Mahomes is probably like, can I just play freaking football?
By the way, I sent you this story, and I doubt you're going to get to it, so I'm just going to sum it up really quickly. If you want to thank anybody for Taylor Swift,
Toby Keith.
Thank Toby Keith.
Yeah. The late, great Toby Keith.
Toby Keith was the first person to discover Taylor Swift at the age of 15, and he put her on his record label at the age of 15 years old.
I have it here back in 2005.
So Taylor Swift, to everybody out there who loves her, hates her, whatever, you can thank the late, great Toby Keith for discovering basically Taylor Swift.
Yeah, talent usually finds talent.
Yep.
Yeah. And she started as a lot of people forget. She started in country.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then they moved to Nashville.
Yep.
From Pennsylvania here.
Yeah. It's the only thing Taylor and I have in common.
Well, this segment, as we end on the Kelseys, having some fun with the Kelseys, sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. For a limited time, you get 0% APR, 60 months on select 2024 Mazda CX-5s and Mazda CX-30 models. Find yours at Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading, or always online, piazzamazda.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring our Big Three.
By the way, Mike Carr on the YouTube chat asks if he wins the contest, can he take the three of us with him?
Yes.
I don't know if
yes, Mike.
I don't know if that's allowed or not.
Is that in the fine print?
I don't know.
Will they take a blood test and see if we're related to Mike Carr?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Can you imagine, though, that if somebody wins and then they say the three people I want to take are Nick, Dawn, and Greg?
That'd be fun.
You guys are some sick individuals if you want to be around us for 7 straight days.
What do we do? I guess I should know.
Would we do the show from the cruise?
Yeah, we'd have to go. We'd be obligated.
Dawn.
Dawn's going to be out for 2 straight months on cruises, basically. She'll be in Italy and then on Disney.
Woo, come on, Mike Carr. Get her done. We'll get like a big old satellite dish, like broadcast live.
Mm-hmm.
John Nielsen asked if Taylor acknowledged Toby Keith's passing yet. I don't know.
I don't follow her on social media, so I'd have to look. I would like to think so. If
you would hope so,
right? All right. I've got a couple of good stories that we will get to in no specific order. I want to get to this airline story. I think this is just fascinating. So this is courtesy of the New York Post. And, we've talked a lot about these stories where people that are, let's just say, plus-sized want to have more space, more room, a second seat at no additional charge.
The 8 o'clock hour has become
the 9 o'clock hour.
Trash big people day.
Yes. And this is an amazing story. So Finland's flagship airline has announced that it will be weighing its passengers as well as their luggage.
Can you imagine?
So Lizzo's going to be in major trouble here, right? If this comes to America, I have to imagine he's going to love this as well. So Finnair said the move, which will be done, and this is important, on a voluntary basis through May. And it's designed to improve the balance calculations that will enhance flight safety. Think about all the flight issues that we've had lately, nuts and bolts and screws popping off, doors flying off.
Yes.
It hasn't been a good stretch for the FAA and Mayor Pete lately. So according to the statement from the company, Finnair will collect data by weighing volunteering customers and their carry-on baggage at the departure gate. The weighing is voluntary and anonymous, and the data will only be used to optimize Finnair's current aircraft balance calculations. Finnair said that weighing passengers will help ensure that the airline doesn't exceed the set maximum weight that a plane can bear before it takes off.
I would agree to this if I got some sort of a discount. Say, like, hey, for every pound or whatever I am, I get that much off of my if I agree to do this. I would 100% do it.
Or flight bonus points or whatever.
Something along those lines, yeah.
What about a free drink on the flight? A free alcoholic beverage.
Absolutely.
Get on the scale and boom, you're in.
No problem. I have no problem doing that.
Now, this will obviously be at the departure gate, but I could just how great would this be? So all of a sudden they're over their balance and they come walking in and they're like, hey, Fatso, you're going to have to take you're going to have to get off. Grab your bag and get moving. And by the way, they say the company has pledged it will not use the customer's personal data. Highly doubtful, in my opinion.
But
I don't believe that.
How would they weigh you and not do it in public?
I think they're going to just do it. I would imagine that it's, when you go up to the counter and you put your baggage on and they weigh it, I would imagine you do it there unless once you go down to your terminal and you get to your area, they're going to have, what are they going to do? Put a scale right where they scan your little phone before you go down the runway? I can't envision. I mean, there's only one of 2 spots where you would do it, right? It's not like you're going to do it in the middle of baggage claim. That wouldn't make sense.
But somebody's going to see that and be like, heifer alert. I mean, that's it.
This is such a remarkable story. They said that, quote, we use the weighing data for the average calculations required for the safe operation of flights, and the collected data is not linked in any way to the customer's personal data. That is according to the head of the ground processes. They also go on to say that observers saying that changing 300, hold on a second. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. That part's not relevant. 300 people that weigh more than average can put an airplane significantly overweight, and all of the performance calculations from runway length, climb, obstacle clearance, landing distances, altitude capabilities, all of this is dependent on the weight of individuals and what the plane is basically towing weight-wise. Now, they go to say, because this is obviously in Finland, on average in Europe, the average man weighs 181.22 pounds. The average female weighs 148.8 pounds. I'm just going to assume, since America has an obesity issue, that those numbers are higher here in the States. than they are in Europe. I'd be willing to bet that the average man in the United States weighs more than $180.
Finland doesn't have our problem with obesity.
No. A lot of these European countries are much more fit and healthy than America. They eat better, they exercise better, they walk a lot.
Carl writes, Finland calls it the Chris Christie Initiative. Oh, that's not right.
That's a sin.
We need that picture of Christie in the recliner in the airplane. He had like the whole row to himself. He looked like he was on a bender all night. Stomach's popped out, the shirt's still tucked in, the belt looks like it's ready to burst. So yeah, airline, this is Finnair, Finland's flagship airline, that will be implementing this policy on a voluntary basis. Although, do you think it could ever become a mandatory thing in the United States with what we're dealing with all of our flight issues?
Can you imagine if they did that? I mean, first of all, if you look at videos of people flying in the 1950s and the 1960s, it was like everybody dressed up. Everybody was polite. It was just this lovely experience. Everybody had a lot of room. They were drinking, smoking. Like, it was just a...
Yeah, you remember back in the day you could smoke on flights?
Yeah. Now,
it's crazy.
Now there's fights. There's people with their butt cracks hanging. It's like Walmart.
Airport. Yeah, you're right. Airports are like the dregs of society now.
Airplanes have become the bus terminal now, where anybody can fly. There's fights. There's people in their pajamas.
Public transportation is like the cesspool of society these days.
Yeah.
And I'm not just talking SEPTA with subways or buses, cabs. By the way, when's the last time you had a cab, right? Like in this day and age of Uber and Lyft, And then, of course, you got the flights. I really think a lot of this, I noticed the change in airlines probably a few years before the pandemic. I don't think this is a pandemic creation, but I think right around 2017, 2018, it just seemed like it became just this lawless society where everybody, and the worst part about the airlines too is when you're getting ready to go to your area and you've got 40 minutes left, and or you've already you grabbed your cup of coffee, or you went to the bar or whatever, or you had some food, and you're sitting down, and this is even pre-migrant crisis, where we're having people like the story I gave you, the Boston airline, where in the airport, I think Boston is Logan, I believe, is the airport, and people were just camped out. And like nowadays, you have so many people that they don't want to sit next to each other, and you don't want to be next to somebody because this guy might get COVID. People just sit down and they sit cross-legged on the carpet.
Phil put up the picture of Chris Christie.
Look at that.
That's a sin. It looks like he has a camel toe, which is just weird.
No.
Call that a pouch.
Oh God. But yeah, like we played that video of that woman who dropped trow and urinated in the aisle.
Yes.
Just disgusting humans on. Look, think about how far we've dropped as a society from the 1950s and 60s. All you have to do is look at airlines. That's all you have to do.
Yeah. No, you're right. And I'm glad you brought up the how people used to dress up and fit and sit nicely in their seats. I saw a picture. One of the social media conservative people that I follow posted a picture of what the sidewalks and streets looked like in Kensington in 1950, and then another person posted a picture of where Times Square in New York is in the 60s. Sidewalks are nice.
Yep.
People are everybody looks like they're in shape.
Yep.
They're walking pleasantly. And now you look in 2024, everything looks like a combination of Walmart meets Woodstock. It's like it's hysteria on the streets. People are angry and disconnected. Everybody's fat. It's just awful. We really have the de-evolution of society, I think, is actually a real thing.
Oh,
I believe that.
You can't look at pictures now and not.
Yeah.
Even the 80s. You look at guys with their shirts off, so like not an ounce of fat on half of them.
Yeah.
Now everybody's fat.
Yep.
Yeah.
But think about who would want chaos. Think about it.
Yep.
Chaos, and who would want us all fat and sloppy and unhealthy? There are people in other parts of the world that say in America that our food is like so processed, it's basically poison.
It's cyclical.
And if you look at across other parts of the world, they don't allow all the crud and processing that look at our big government, FDA and everybody.
Yep.
They're shutting down Amish farms and organic food at the same time pumping all this processed crud.
I have a big take tomorrow, unless this Trump stuff comes down, and it's massive. Aaron Rodgers was just on with Joe Rogan, and they were talking about the food, the FDA, and the cyclical nature of.
It's a great conversation.
It's
if you haven't seen it.
unbelievable.
Yeah. By the way, I think I want to try this when we come back. I want to take a picture. I want to see if we can get a picture of a airplane in the 1950s or 60s and compare it with an airplane today and see if we can do that. We can do that when we come back.
All right, that's coming up next. Also, Democrats are now hoping to channel Taylor Swift's star power to help Joe Biden in the state of Florida. We've seen in the post-2022 midterms, the only red wave that happened was in Florida with Ron DeSantis. Is Taylor Swift powerful enough to shift away from red Florida and make it a little bit more purple? We'll get into that story as well. Kayal and Company as we continue final hour next. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
How are you feeling? How are you doing? Are you sick and tired of those achy joints? And maybe you dread the idea of surgery? Who doesn't? You need to call my friends at QC Kinetics. Call them today. The state of healthcare, it's always changing. The old ideas like steroids or surgery are no longer your only options, thank goodness. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments which deliver lasting results. Knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, maybe from arthritis or that past injury. Don't let this pain keep you from living your best life. QC Kinetics, advanced state-of-the-art treatments harness and then direct your body's own natural abilities to restore and repair your damaged joint tissue. It's revolutionary, and it can get you long-term relief, no downtime. Make this the year you reclaim your mobility and your independence so you can walk, run, do all the stuff you love, golfing, without the danger or the trauma of surgery, and certainly without any harmful drugs. Just call QC Kinetics. Call them for a free consultation. Do this. 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, QC Kinetics, 999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You've heard it said, he's a diamond in the rough. Or maybe, diamonds are forever. Here's something else I've learned about diamonds. They're just pieces of coal put under pressure for a long, long, long time. So when I start feeling like I want to give up, I think about that little piece of coal. And if that piece of coal can make something of itself by not giving up, so can I. Persistence is in you. From PassItOn.com.
As an educator, Mr. Nelson's teachings are still being quoted in schools.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
Mr. Nelson taught hope.
Everyone can rise above their circumstances if they are dedicated and passionate.
And giving our best efforts.
It's always impossible until it's done.
Mr. Nelson Mandela's teachings not only united a nation, they inspire us today. Inspiration. Pass it on from PassItOn.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch, called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
We are Nancy and Robert Harding, and we became Crash Proof members in 2018.
It is important to go to a Crash Proof event. I went to the event. He wouldn't go.
I tend to be a little more skeptical.
He's skeptical.
If you're skeptical of the Crash Proof event, I'm probably the best witness you could get. I am convinced now. With the Crash Proof system, the interest gets credited to your account, and then you make interest on that new principal amount. I saw the 12% return. The compounding on that is going to just push our value up that much quicker.
Double-digit interest is possible any year, and he can thank his wife for going to that event. Can't you, honey?
Every good husband knows that that's what he should do. Listen to his wife.
You're invited to reserve your seat at the next Crash Proof Retirement Educational event at Spring Mill Manor, March 19th. The event is followed by a complimentary dinner. Registration is required. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. Yeah, they're local in Pennsylvania. They have an experienced team which has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. A dedicated design consultant works with you on your choices for refacing custom cabinets, backsplash counters, and tub shower conversion. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, everyone. Stephanie here from Emmons. You know, a great way to spring out of those winter blues is by upgrading the favorite place in your home, your bathroom. Emmons will give you an affordable, modest bathroom refresh with synthetic stone surrounds in as little as 1 day. That's right, 1 day. And Emmons will include interior design consultations at no cost to you. This is an easy way to spruce up your bathroom without having to break the bank. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or check out our website at callemmons.com.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I didn't ask, you shouldn't have told me.
9:02. Welcome back in. Kayal and Company. Final hour underway here on a Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. You can watch us on YouTube. Our morning mystery movie clip coming up at 9:20. Cut sheet part 2 at the bottom of the hour. Looks like Trump will speak today following his Supreme Court hearing. They are saying around 11:30 a.m. this morning. So just a heads up for that.
During the Dawn Show.
Yeah, during the Dawn Show.
Look at you, Dawn. Get all kinds of breaking news on your program.
I know, it always happens.
That's why everybody needs to tune in from noon to, well, actually all day. All day from 10
All
to
day.
10 to noon.
Because if it's delayed, then it'll be during the Dom Show or the Zioli Show. So you never know.
We're all on it. We all got it.
Yeah, baby.
All right. So that is coming up. I believe they will begin around 10 o'clock. So I guess they're anticipating it to be over within about 90 minutes. So we'll see how that plays out. I've also got a couple of good stories we'll get to, hopefully, on both the Democrat Florida Taylor Swift story, which I found fascinating from Politico, and then also the falling TV news star salary. Some of these numbers are just astounding. And we'll get to that story coming up. But, Stalker, you have actually found the airline stuff that you were seeking.
Yeah, so kudos to Phil for helping me out with this. So if you look at, so in the last hour, in case you're just joining us here at 9 o'clock, 9:04 to be exact, we were talking about airlines and how airlines have changed from the 1950s and 1960s, how they used to be this place where people used to dress up and you got these 4-course meals and everybody was polite and sitting there nicely. So, Phil, if you could put the first. So this is a photo. If you're YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. And Nick and Dawn, if you guys want to describe this, it's a bunch of people in these very spacious, almost recliner-like seats. Would you say that?
That doesn't even look like a. Yeah, you're right. They look like a nice little blue chair. All the men wearing suits.
Yep.
Women wearing, very dressy. I guess female suit. I don't know what you would call that, Dawn Stensland, but
female suit.
Female suit. What do they call that?
Like blazers, right? Blazers. Dresses.
I like the way Nick says. He always talks about a female. Like a female what? Dog? Like what?
Yeah, I'm
female.
I'm very very uncomfortable in these moments. So you've got everybody's reading a magazine, a newspaper. Looks like a lady in the third row on the left is maybe doing some knitting.
Yep.
What else do we have? That's pretty much it.
Lots of room, lots of people talking politely.
Yeah.
And then fast forward, Phil, if you can, to 2023.
Oh, jeez.
And we have videos like this.
It's life back in the sky.
Videos like this of just people fighting.
Yeah, masks on, masks down.
Nobody dressed up.
Donniebrooks.
Just
haymakers being thrown.
Just people acting like absolute animals.
We're zip tying human beings and dragging them out like they're cattle. It's just unbelievable.
It's the bus station. Flying now has become the bus station.
Yes.
It used to be an experience. It used to be something that you would want to take your kids on. Now you're scared to take your kids on because they might get the living what beaten out of them.
Yeah. I've always been critical. I've said this on the show in the past about how Americans are detached in society and public. They've got their earbuds in. They're not paying attention. Yeah, can you blame them anymore?
Yeah.
Honestly, I almost want to walk all of it back and just be like, you know what? You're right. Just keep your face in your phone because human beings don't know how to act in public.
Can we do one more, Phil? Can you put the photo up of the planes from the 1950s, if you can? I'm sorry. I know I have you working here like a.
I know. How dare you ask Phil to work while he's at work?
No, he's doing a great job. There you go. There you go. So it's up there, and it's now. Nick, you found this video the other day, or actually yesterday. This was a gentleman. I assume a homeless gentleman in New York City, using the trash can as his own toilet.
Yeah.
So look at this picture that's up there right now, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, and now look at New York City with a guy with his bare butt on the top of a trash can,
right on Fifth Avenue,
doing his business.
Yeah, he's literally sitting on top of the trash can the way a normal human being, and now he's wiping.
So here we go.
Yes.
And then he looks at it.
Yes.
And then he, of course, looks at it.
Make sure he got all of it and takes a swipe and a wipe, and boom. Yeah. So there you go.
These two photos, that photo from planes in the 1950s, and this gentleman relieving himself doing number 2 into a trash can.
Yep.
Is just how far we've come.
And we film and document the madness now.
Yep.
That's the new thing. We got to make it go viral on social media as opposed to actually just cleaning up the streets and getting back to where we were. Yeah, maybe we should go back to the 50s and 60s. I always wonder what it would be like to live in that era.
Look, hang on. I'm not saying, we've come a long way as far as civil rights and all that stuff.
Yeah,
I don't want to go back to that time.
No.
But I'm just saying that as a clean society, as a society that respected other people and respected things, and now we have homeless people defecating in trash cans.
But there's a lot of things that I miss. I would love to go back to the pre-internet days. Back in the day when you would wait for your newspaper. You'd rent a movie from Blockbuster on VHS.
Yep.
Like, I miss the nostalgia of certain eras. So,
somebody pointed out that at least he did it in a trash can and not on the street.
Right. I mean, he could have just.
That's true.
Yeah.
In California, they just
go.
Take the dump right on the sidewalk.
Like Harry and Lloyd on the motorcycle. Just go, Lloyd.
Like, my dog is more considerate.
Yes.
He goes back behind the bushes and the mulch.
Yeah.
But in California, it's like anything goes.
Does Buddy do like the scraping with his feet to cover it up then? Like when he's done?
Well, yeah, he's a very thoughtful dog. He is.
Is he an elitist?
And no, he's
Okay.
just like, oh, I gotta hide it. Oh.
Phil, we put that video up one more time? I just want to. Can you picture this? Picture this. You take your child, Nick, your daughters, Dawn, when your kids were younger, me, my son. We take them to New York for the first time, and you're walking around. You're showing them Times Square, and then you see this gentleman, dumping into a trash can.
Yeah, like what do you tell your kids?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
like, Daddy, what is that guy doing? He's popping a squat. Yeah.
Like, Daddy, what's that smell?
Yeah.
I just.
What's that smell?
What have we become?
And that's not New York alone. I guarantee you that's happening in Philly, Chicago, L.A., Atlanta, Boston, Detroit, Chicago, on down the list, Houston, all of these cities. And I'll blame the Democrats. That's what I'll do.
Oh, gross. Oh, God. Okay, sorry.
There you go.
I don't know.
You like that video, huh? That was a good find.
Oh, man.
There you go. 855-839-1210. Speaking of Democrats, I think Taylor Swift might actually finally meet her match. We were told by the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis.
Florida is where woke goes to die.
I think Taylor Swift's star power could really come to a screeching halt with her ability to get people to vote and register to vote. So this is a very interesting story from Politico. Democrats are now hoping to channel Taylor Swift's star power to help Joe Biden in the state of Florida. They go on to say the Democrats are planning voter registration drives at her concerts, and they will be holding listening sessions and karaoke parties of her music as part of, quote, a day of action when her new album is released this upcoming April. They're even going to reach out directly to Taylor Swift in hopes that she'll use her Miami concerts and unfathomably gigantic platform to talk about issues affecting the rights of young people in Florida. Jaden D'Onofrio, who chairs the Florida Democratic Party Youth Council, says people care about her, people understand the importance of her, and she is a youth icon. And they are looking at it because the Florida Democrats are pinning their hopes on a megastar like Swift that will speak volumes of the state of the party. The once reliable swing state, according to Politico, now leans Republican. I would say that it is ruby red right now. In fact, Republicans outnumber Democrats in voter registration numbers by almost 800,000 voters. That was one thing that DeSantis talked about a lot during his presidential primary, about how he, grew Republican voters in Florida. They have now about a 780,000 voter advantage. And Taylor Swift, according to Politico, Swift's new song and Miami concerts are filling Democrats with potential excitement. As they said, quote, I'm thrilled to welcome Taylor Swift back to Florida this October as we paint the town blue in 2024. This was a representative, Debbie Powell, who posted this statement, who was running for the Democratic nomination to challenge the incumbent Republican, Rick Scott. So I bring all of this up because I do believe Taylor Swift carries a lot of power when it comes to speaking to get, people in that 18 to 34 demo, specifically female, to register to vote and probably vote Democrat. I don't think she will have a significant amount of success in what the Florida DNC or the Florida Democrats are planning on doing with her in 2024. That's not to say that there's not Swifties in Florida. There are probably plenty of them. That's not to say that there's not young, impressionable females. But if they think that Taylor Swift can swing Florida from what I would say is probably one of the three reddest states in the country right now. Like, you can make the case Georgia is starting to shift purple. It's a swing state. We talked about it. Texas, with what they're doing in Austin and Dallas and the Fort Worth area. Texas, I would say, is still far more red than Georgia. I don't think Florida is attainable for Democrats right now. And
Agreed.
I just look at it from the standpoint of could Taylor Swift get 15, 20,000? Yes. But you look at it, it's almost an 800,000 advantage for Republicans.
Yeah, it's not. It's right now. Florida is unattainable for the Democrats. That you're 100% correct, and nobody, including Taylor Swift, can change that.
Yeah. And I saw a very interesting thing from Rasmussen yesterday as they projected and they were looking at all of the polls. And we talk about some of these states and how just, it's going to come down to a handful of states and a handful of voters. And they put up like this. I tweeted it out yesterday. It's a digital video where they show you how every state will go to either red or blue. And right now, you're looking at it, and according to their projections, they have Donald Trump rolling to victory, which I don't know that's going to be the case, rolling to victory. But the electoral votes, the way they play out with this digital map, they have Trump getting over, I think it's 303 electoral college votes to 179. And the only states that are blue, according to Rasmussen, are California, Oregon, Washington, New York, Vermont, Maine, Connecticut, Jersey, Maryland, and Delaware. And they actually have Pennsylvania going red. We talked about Trump and wasting time in New York and thinking New York's winnable. They actually have Pennsylvania going red. I think that's a very fascinating development according to their data. So we'll see how that plays out. But I just thought I'd bring up that Taylor Swift story because I don't think she can do anything significant in the state of Florida. All right, we will come back and we will get to our morning mystery movie clip in just about 5 minutes. And then also Dawn's Big 3. We've got the cut sheet part due. A lot still to hit on before we get out of here at 10 this morning. We're back after this on Kayal and Company. But first, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. What I love about working with them is our friends at Piazza, they're always saying, hey, why don't you come by and check out this vehicle? Just about 2.5, 3 weeks ago, I had the opportunity to test drive their SUV. It's the Honda Pilot, and they've redesigned it. It really is an interesting, rugged vehicle. I specifically drove the Trail Sport, which features a 7-mode drive system. And it's got all the technology, all the bells and whistles, and also the thing that's really great about it, the third row seating. A lot of these new SUVs these days giving that third row. You're the mom out there. You've got the kids. You got soccer practice. You've got that third row. You're picking up buddies and friends for sleepover. It's going to come in handy. Massive moonroof, very gorgeous, and all the technology you can handle, including wireless Apple CarPlay. And 5 locations. Check them out in Philly, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne. Shop them online right now, piazzaautogroup.com.
Reed Blankenship from the Philadelphia Eagles here. Taking care of my health so I can perform on the field is my top priority. That includes my oral health. So I turn to the Dudat Dental Group, official dentist of the Eagles, for all my dental care. Dr. D and his team ensure I have great oral health, a confident smile, and also screen me for oral cancer. Whether it's general dentistry, robotic implants, or something in between, the Dudat Dental Group plays every position on the field. Smile like the birds. Go to PhiladelphiaEaglesDentist.com.
Come on, honey, let's go. We're going to be late for the game.
I can't find the keys. I swear I left them here on the counter.
I told you at least 10 times. Get a spare from a Causland Lock Service. You don't have to make an appointment.
I know, and they're located right off of 95. I'll have to call them.
Don't put yourself in the doghouse or miss a good time because you can't find your keys. Call McCausland Lock Service today and get a quote for your vehicle. 610-430-1500. That's 610-430-1500.
Imagine it's the final game of the season, but your symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, are making a comeback. What should you do? Keep managing your constipation with belly pain the same old way? Or try getting ahead of your symptoms by talking to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Did you give up on your New Year's resolution already? If you reach out to NJ Diet, they will help you lose the weight the safe and natural way. Their results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. With NJ Diet, you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Contractually guaranteed. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva, along with bioenergetic scans, to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. Don't take shots the rest of your life. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Naturally, quickly, and safely with NJ Diet. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, no shots. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Call 855-5NJ-DIET, 855-5NJ-DIET, or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
.921, it's Kayal and Company, Thursday morning. This segment brought to you by Tommy D's Home Improvement Center. If you are renovating a kitchen or building one from the ground up, well, Tommy D's Home Improvement Center is your go-to for quality kitchen cabinets, flooring, and molding at affordable rates. Visit their showroom in Philadelphia or visit their website, TommyD's.com. All right, we've got our morning mystery movie clip ready to go here on a Thursday morning.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Taylor, what are you doing back up here?
Couldn't cut it the Mexican way.
I said, away from my kids.
Vaughn in deep trouble here with Clu Haywood, last year's American League home run champ at the plate. Vaughn kicks, fires. Here is a swing and a drive toward left field and deep. Oh, boy.
No way. Too high.
It is gone off the reservation. A grand slam home run for Haywood.
Looked like a strike anyway. There you go. Too high? What does that mean, too high? Too high.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
If you don't know what it is, you're not an American. The prize today is a pair of tickets to the Bucks County Paracon. It is the first annual paranormal conference on March 9th at the Zlock Performing Arts Center in Bucks County. For tickets and info, visit bucks.edu/tickets. Caller 12-855-839-1210 if you can identify one of the greatest movies of all time. As we continue here on Kayal and Company. What's on the cut sheet part 2 coming up in just a little bit. We'll try to get to this TV news star salary story. Say that 10 times fast. Coming up in a little bit as well. But right now, let's get to the news. It's time for Dawn Stensland's Big 3 at 9:23.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 9 on this 40 degrees sunny day, sponsored by Turn 7 Liquidations. Oh, in Philadelphia, the librarians and many in the city, as far as employees in the city of Philadelphia, have been complaining and speaking out about what they say was a ban on social media by Mayor Sherrell Parker. So they had received a memo that many of us in the private sector
Sometimes Greg Stocker gives us memos. Get off social media.
Getting our news from Twitter.
I think Sherelle Parker is following, Greg Stocker's lead as brand manager.
So what, librarians can't be on social media?
No, there was Sherelle Parker's administration released a statement that if you are a city employee, manager, etc., that you don't just go about releasing news releases, speaking to the media, that you clear it through basically your brand manager, that it goes through the main person for publicity and that sort of thing.
I would agree with that. You can't have some of these city officials going rogue and doing their own thing, right?
So they were not happy with it. They were rebelling against the mayor. So ultimately, Joe Grace, the mayor's spokesperson, clarified and basically said, obviously we weren't. The librarians spoke out against this, and I think this is just some rebellion happening from within, from new management, because ultimately the librarians were telling people, we can't post our hours or our after-school things because, we can't post anything.
Oh, so they took it a step further.
So then Joe Grace comes out and says, come on already, people. That's not what he was talking about. They were talking about speaking to the media publicly about policies, things of that nature, going rogue and trying to rein that in because that administration memo had told all city employees and all departments. Remember, it was in all caps. We talked about it. And so it was basically in all caps, like Greg Stocker says, to us.
I want to know what motivates someone to be a librarian.
I'm totally teasing.
Why am I getting thrown under the bus?
Because I'm just teasing.
Because I triggered you in the 7 o'clock hour, so you're doing it.
Yes, this is the 9 o'clock trigger.
This is my attempt.
9:25 triggering.
Dawn's revenge. Dawn teasing.
Librarians. I didn't know librarians were still around.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is Philadelphia, home of we're the birthplace of libraries.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, I know that, but I just figured by now in this digital age, with, newspapers are dying, I figured libraries were just pretty much on their deathbed.
No. I mean, we have 54 branches fully staffed with librarians.
Wow.
And I think ultimately librarians, they read the memo.
Yeah.
They took it literally, and it said, don't release or publish your own statements.
Do they still have the Dewey Decimal System?
Yes.
We got to bring that. We got to make that. We got to revive that. I was a big fan of the Dewey Decimal System back in the 90s.
Yeah, in the libraries they still have it. I don't even know if they teach it.
See, I'm having flashbacks now to the Married with Children episode where Al returns the book that he stole as a kid to the library, and Mr. Groot's waiting for him.
So the bottom line is the official word from Mayor Sherelle Parker: there's no intention to stop library branches from communicating with residents who depend on the library's free services and programs.
Okay.
So they can put their little postings about daily issues. Today's reading, children's reading on the Dewey Decimal System is at 3:15 after school.
I would be willing to bet that the reason a lot of people still use a library and they're still in service is for the internet access.
Yeah.
That would be my guess.
True. And they have great after-school programs, seriously.
Yeah.
I gotta say this: having a actual hard copy of a book is great.
I love.
Yes.
That's why I have. That's why I print store. I need to physically hold what I read.
So rather than read a book online or on your iPad or whatever, I'd much rather read the actual book.
Yeah.
So for the people who can't afford to buy said book, they can check it out in the library. I'm all for that.
Yeah.
Amen.
I like reading books. I like reading newspapers. I'm old.
So why do you read social media so much then?
It's part of the job.
It's not.
Fear of being
It's actually not.
uninformed.
If both of you got off social media tomorrow, I would be fine with it.
You know how many stories that you bring up in the cut sheet that if I wasn't on social media, I would have no idea that these are. You'd have to explain so much to me. We wouldn't have enough time in the show.
Sad.
No, honestly, I'm afraid of being a fear of failure. I was the same way in sports. I could not disconnect. I had to be like, all right, if I'm gonna succeed in this industry, I better be ready to go. Because the last thing you want to do is be unprepared in this business.
But you don't have to read social media for that. Read a book.
You're right. You know what? Moving forward, for all of our content, it's all going to come from books.
Sorry, Don.
Expect the ratings to go in the tank, folks. We're going to get 0.2 shares.
Our next item in the big three. And I thank my friend Victor Fiorello, who wrote about this, Philadelphia Magazine. The headline is, the NAACP tells Philadelphia Christian School, end your ban on big afros. It's the battle against big afros.
Banning a fro?
Yeah. It's Cedar Grove Christian Academy, faith-based school, obviously, Lawndale section of Philadelphia, in the Northeast.
Yeah.
And so they've said that they have traditional biblical values and they have nice promo videos. And so ultimately, you if you went to a Catholic school or if your kids or whatever, you know that they have strict rules.
Mm-hmm.
How short can the girls' skirt be for their uniform? And the boys' hair usually has to be above their collar, et cetera, et cetera. Boys can't wear earrings, girls can, et cetera, et cetera. But the problem that the NAACP has is that about afros and dreadlocks. And apparently there's a little policy prohibiting big afros or long dreadlocks. So you can have small locks,
Right.
but not big, long dreadlocks
Okay.
or big afros.
So I'm thinking of two Sixers. I'm thinking of Dr. J. Dr. J had the greatest afro of all time, in my opinion. But you don't see that too often anymore. And then Allen Iverson had dreadlocks, but they were the short ones that ended right around his neck. So I'm assuming those would be. But you don't see either one of those too often anymore.
Back in the late 90s, I had, because my hair used to be spiked, I had those like dreadlocks things.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Oh, we got to get a picture.
That was horrendous.
Do you have
Please,
a picture?
we got to get a
No,
picture.
I don't think there's any pictures.
Oh, you better hope Sid Weiss doesn't find
We
one.
must find this. We must.
By the way, Robert Schwartz, my friend, is a great has a great point here on your Twitter use, Nick. Nick, 99% of your posts on Twitter or X are about sports, nothing to do with your job.
Mm.
That's true.
How about that? So Greg just lost a little steam there, huh?
No. He's saying that you say you use it for your job, but you don't. You post about sports, which isn't your job.
Well, I do. I mean, I don't even see my timeline. There was some political stuff in the last day or
I
two.
don't want you to post political stuff. I
Yeah,
want you to
for
do
the most
political
part-
stuff on this radio show.
For the most part, I don't tweet many things about politics. I try to save all my anything I'm going to talk about on the show usually is not on my Twitter timeline until after said show, if it is. Like, you're never going to get like my thoughts on a big take the night before on Twitter. I'm not going to burn that bullet.
Good.
Yeah.
Don't post anything about politics. Save it for the job that pays you. Thank you. Sorry.
Amen.
Sorry, Dawn.
Number 3 in our big 3, which, as I said, was
You know I love
sponsored
you. I'm
by
just kidding.
Turn 7 Liquidations. Speaking of Nick Kayal and tweeting about sports, which is his way of escaping because he loves sports. Speaking of which, Phillies spend this morning loading 3 big tractor trailers full of all that equipment.
I told you today's the day.
Woohoo! Yearly convoy to the team's spring training facility. Here we come, Clearwater, Florida.
I wonder how many tins of skull they have in there. I'd love to know that
Skull.
answer.
That's so nasty. You gotta spit.
Big lipper.
It's nasty. It's bad for your
Did you ever dip,
teeth.
Nick?
Did you
In
dip?
high school a little
Oof.
bit. Yeah, senior year.
Yeah.
Bad habit.
You look like a dipper.
Disgusting. I did it for 6 months.
Doesn't he look like a dipper? He has the
Big
thing and
dipper.
the-
And then I tried it again like 5 years ago on the golf course.
You did?
And I was like, I thought I was going to pass out. Like the nicotine, I don't know what it was. It just hit me. I'm like, I just ripped it out of my lip, and I was like, give me a bottle of water.
Yeah, because you swallow any of that, you'll be like the homeless guy looking for a trash can to
Yeah.
run and quickly do
'Cause
something.
I used to go through a ton of sunflower seeds when I played baseball in high school. Not in high school, but in like junior high school. I used to have a big mouthful of Ranch David sunflower seeds.
Oh, God.
Love sunflower seeds.
Well, the Phils released I don't know how many sunflower seeds they loaded up on the trucks, but 10,000 cups, 2,000 short and long sleeve shirts, and 300 batting gloves.
Okay.
So 125 leather and elastic belts.
Wow.
Okay.
Interesting.
I don't know. I know it's boring, but
No,
I was
it's
just
not
trying
boring.
to give
We
you
used
like
to-
some stats.
I used to do an hour on this on Sports Talk.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Drive the bosses nuts.
Shafe says lots of bats, balls, and Blue Chew.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
Well, no, they better not be having Blue Chew. Aren't their
Why?
wives still here?
Yeah, why do they need it in spring training?
Your wife is going to be monitoring your Blue Chew use, fellows.
Like, why are you packing this Blue Chew?
It's Clearwater, baby.
Phillies play their first spring training game February 24th against the Toronto Blue Jays. Start the regular season at home against the Atlanta Braves, March 28th. So there we go. We are sponsored by Turn 7 Liquidations Overstock Emergency. Turn 7 must liquidate to the bare walls immediately. No games, all name brand merch from the biggest online retailers. Sacrificed up to 90% off. Turn 7, Philadelphia Mills, Morristown Mall. Hurry. Turn 7 Liquidations, Big 3.
All right, our morning mystery movie clip winner in just a moment, as well as Cut Sheet Part 2. But before that, I have to tell you about my friends at Blue Chew. Dawn was just talking about bats and balls and gloves. All right, fellas, so you're getting to that point in your life where maybe you're not heading to Clearwater. You're heading back home, and you want to spice things up in your current relationship, or maybe you're trying to impress somebody new on the open market. We've got the recipe for you. It's Blue Chew's Chewables. That's right, Blue Chew's tablets. It is a performance enhancement, not for baseball, but for the bedroom, that will give you the ability to knock it out of the park and help you gain that extra confidence when you get out of spring training and it's game time. It has that same active ingredient as Levitra, but at a more cost-friendly price. And it's all on the up and up. Licensed medical professionals, they're going to work with you to find the right ingredient, the right strength for your prescription. And if swallowing pills isn't for you, no problem, because these tablets, they're chewable. And how about this special offer for our listeners? You can try Blue Chew for free. All you have to do is go to bluechew.com and enter the promo code 1210. Pay the $5 shipping fee, and boom, it's yours. Discreet delivery, no in-person conversations, and that special someone will thank you for bringing back your A game. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210, made in the USA.
Drive through the winter season with Hessert Chevrolet, Philly's largest Chevy dealership. With the largest inventory and so easy to get to right on the boulevard in Northeast Philly, you can check out all the latest models. Sized to fit any family with all of the latest convenience and safety features you'd expect. And with a service department open 6 days a week, now is the perfect time to make sure your current Chevy is winter ready. So stop into Hessert Chevy today, where it's always your way.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet. It all comes down to this. Super Bowl 58. Listen live from Westwood One on the free Odyssey app. The Kansas City Chiefs.
Takes the snap. Darts a pass near side. Caught by Kelsey. Wrapped to the ground at the 12.
And the San Francisco 49ers.
With a comeback for the ages. The 49ers are going back to the Super Bowl.
Wherever you are this Sunday, stream Super Bowl 58 with Westwood One on the free Odyssey app. Download it today and search Super Bowl. AUDACY.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
When you're still looking for love, Valentine's Day sucks. Every restaurant is fully booked. Suddenly, all chocolates are heart-shaped, and all the PDA. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For over 38 years, Rescue brand omega-3s have been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oil supplements, are buy one, get one free exclusively for American Heart Month. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when you buy one bottle of a Rescue Omega-3 to receive a second bottle free. Again, use the code OMEGA50. Fortify your heart with the Rescue Omega-3.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Tom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Take a look at my girlfriend. She's the only one I got.
9:40, Thursday morning. Kayal and Company as we continue the Dawn Show in 20 minutes. What's on the cut sheet? Part due in just one moment. I believe we have our winner for the morning mystery movie clip. Mike is in Lumberton, and he was able to identify the toughest movie clip we've ever played. This was a nail biter. I didn't think we would get a winner. Mike, how are you? What clip did we play for you?
I'm doing well and laughing at this, and you were right. If you don't know this one, you're not American.
Amen.
Yes.
It's Major League, one of the all-time classics.
That a boy. That a boy. Nice job, Mike. Congratulations. You got the tickets for Paracon coming up in March in Bucks County. Thank you for playing, and thank you for listening, Mike.
Hey, you bet. Love the show. See you
Thank
guys.
you. There he is, Mike in Lumberton, our winner. Major League.
Lumberton. Nice.
I would argue the greatest baseball movie of all time. Some would go Field of Dreams. Some would, go down to the Sandlot, all that other stuff.
Yep.
Give me Major League for the win.
Major League big in Lumberton. I've heard that.
Yes, I've heard that as well. Yeah. All right, let's get to What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 is sponsored by Turn 7 Liquidations Overstock Emergency. Turn 7 must liquidate to the bare walls immediately. No games. All name brand merchandise from the biggest online retailers. Sacrifice up to 90% off. Turn 7. Philadelphia Mills, Morristown Mall. Hurry! Turn 7 liquidation. Thank you, Turn 7, for sponsoring What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. So, last night, Nick, while you were sleeping, Alex Wagner interviewed Hillary Clinton.
Oh, boy.
And I know what you're asking. Who's Alex Wagner?
What time was this at?
I think this was... She's the one who does the Rachel Maddow program.
Okay.
Because Rachel only does one day a week now.
Right.
She's on the Howard Stern plan and the Jon Stewart plan.
Yeah.
How do we get that plan, right?
I'm going to find a better agent.
So... Alex asked her about Trump and the immunity claim. Earlier this week we discussed the fact that that circuit court decided
lost the appeal.
Yeah, that Trump does not have immunity for being president. So Hillary Clinton weighed in on this decision, and this is what she said about that. This is cut 11. Phil, go.
Are you optimistic about what the Supreme Court does next?
I think on this particular issue, if I were the Supreme Court, I wouldn't want to wade into this. It's such a good opinion, I would deny cert, let the opinion stand. It's in line with previous opinions. When Trump made the argument about, this will hamstring future presidents, well, he's the only one who has been in this position. And he is the only one who has claimed such broad, blanket immunity. And we know what his real thoughts are. Remember, I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue. My supporters wouldn't care. He thinks that he should be above the law, that he should be able to manipulate the law. The last time I checked, despite Trump and his supporters' efforts to undermine this, we were a nation based on the rule of law, not on the rule of individual men, the way that Trump keeps trying to claim.
I mean, as someone who ran for the presidency and won the popular vote, is it like, can you even wrap your head around arguing in court that you should be able to assassinate your political enemies using SEAL Team 6? I mean, how did that argument land with you?
Well, he says so many outrageous things that I think a lot of people have stopped listening, and they shouldn't. They should pay very careful attention to what Trump says, because if they do, they can see the linkage between what he says and what he tries to do. In his first term, on many occasions, he was reined in and even stopped by the people around him, because there were people who he put into important positions who had served in government under prior Republican presidents, who understood the rule of law, who understood the constitutional system, and so much more. They were able to stop him. He will now fill those positions, if ever given a chance, which I hope never happens, with people who are totally members of his cult. And I don't say that lightly or as a throwaway line, because when I look at people who I know were horrified by January 6th, who are Republicans in the House and the Senate, who have come around to dismissing it, to discounting the horror that they themselves felt as they, put themselves under desks, as they ran down hallways, as they tried to escape the mob coming at them. There is something about Trump's hold on the Republican Party that is frightening.
True. I think Hillary Clinton wishes that she had that kind of hold on a party like Donald Trump does. There's no doubt. So infatuation and obsession is very interesting. And the other thing I would ask is, so first of all, her obsession with Trump, you could tell it just eats her alive. I mean, Nancy Pelosi is one, but Nancy Pelosi didn't lose to Donald Trump. She did. But I would also say with infatuation and obsession, what is with the mainstream media's obsession with interviewing Hillary Clinton
all the time?
8 years later in a losing effort.
I agree with you.
Why is she still out there in the open public with the media?
And how do they not continually ask her about Russia, Steele dossier, her connection to that, money funneled through their Delaware accounts, how they got so wealthy?
Yeah. It's always interesting when she says, well, he thinks he's above the rule of law. Well, talk about rule of law and what the Clintons get away with. I mean, what's that?
It's just funny to me, because aside from the climate, when you think of people who ran for president and lost, like John Kerry, they're not clamoring to interview him and ask him about politics. Dan Quayle. Does anybody remember Dan Quayle?
No.
Like, is anybody clamoring to interview? Nobody interviews people who lost but her.
And they love to talk about how she won the popular vote.
Yeah.
Congratulations. What'd that get you?
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, we will find out what is on tap for the Dawn Show today in music history and who won Twitter today. Kayal and Company, back after this.
My father taught me never put yourself in a situation where you have to say you're sorry. Great advice, right? So why do you only have one key to your car? Seriously, don't wait until you're apologizing to your wife or husband, or even worse, your boss, because you lost your keys. Save yourself that headache. Head to McCausland Lock Service and get yourself a spare. You're supporting small business when you do, and saving up to half of what you'd pay at a dealer. Call McCausland Lock Service for a quote today. 610-430-1500. 610-430-1500.
If you put the words retirement savings crisis into Google, you'll get about 81 million references to explore. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, crazy markets, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. Don't trade the stress of work for a new kind of stress in retirement. Call Jim Cipriotti today, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 to schedule your complimentary retirement second opinion. Or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriati, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hi there, I'm Andrew McCollum, CEO of Philo, the best way to watch your favorite movies, shows, and live TV for just $25 a month. We like to think of Philo as the future of television, a future where you don't get charged extra for features like unlimited recording or watching on multiple screens, a future without long contracts or constant price increases. Just ask our existing subscribers that have never seen their price go up in over 5 years. A future without having to wait on hold for hours just to talk to a customer service representative. At Philo, anytime you need us, day or night, you'll always have a real person to help you, usually in under a minute. You might even get me answering the phone. Hopefully you'll never have to call because in our version of the TV future, everything just works. With more than 70 channels, plus thousands of hours of content on demand, there's something for everyone to love. So why wait to experience the future of television? Signing up for a free trial takes seconds. Just head over to philo.com/Andrew. That's philo.com/Andrew.
Hi everyone, Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Out where the river broke, the bloodwood and the desert oak.
Kayal Company putting a bow on another Thursday as we get set to hand it off to the Dawn Show in exactly 9 minutes' time. And we find out what she has lined up for the top of the hour.
There is so much breaking as we've talked about it with this Supreme Court case involving Donald J. Trump. And also, Nick Kayal, I have to apologize. I should have had this in the big three.
Oh, she's keeping things from
Just
us.
breaking. No. Did you know your Blue Chew
Oh, no.
actually increases brain activity and helps slash the risk of dementia and Alzheimer's?
Ain't seen nothing yet.
So do the chew.
Yeah,
Wow.
baby.
Look
Don't
at that.
be blue.
Promo code 1210.
Thank you. As long as we're plugging.
Yeah.
So there's that going on.
See, folks, I only endorse the best products.
You do.
Everybody
does, by the way.
A lot of health
We just
news.
protect us. I know.
But there's so much health news going on. Why are doctors rationing penicillin? Apparently there's a STD epidemic going on in the country. So we'll talk about that one. Other health news as well. This strange fungal infection that actually killed a 29-year-old man. They say it's in America in the Midwest.
Oh.
And coming our way.
Well, it's an election season.
Fungal infection.
Stay home, folks. Don't go out and vote.
But, of course, we'll have the Supreme Court arguments. Those are beginning. The latest on Trump, the Trump stuff, as I say. And we'll break down some of the testimony that we've seen on Capitol Hill about election integrity, some critical moments that I want to point out. Coming up at 11, Sergeant Betsy Brantner-Smith, and talking about police. We have these two officers in the hospital right now, suburban officers, and the dangers of law enforcement. And we'll talk about all things law enforcement, but as well look at what's going on in America, not just in our area, even though it's making breaking news.
Okay.
So much happening.
All right, Dawn Show coming up in 8 minutes' time as we get to another installment of Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal Company.
Today, February 8th, we celebrate the birthdays of Dave Farrell, the bassist for Linkin Park, Dave Turpin, the bassist for Collective Soul, and Vince Neil of Motley Crue. One notable single from today is Metallica's Sad But True, released in '93. And a few notable albums released today include Marquee Moon by Television in '77, Native Tongue by Poison in '93, and The Better Life by Three Doors Down in 2000. And lastly, if you're an AC/DC fan, their website currently has a clock counting down to Monday. Expect a brand new tour to be announced then, which I will, of course, go to. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
Nice work, Phil.
AC/DC. Wow.
Nice.
By the way, AC/DC with Axl Rose singing was still to this day the loudest concert I was ever at.
When was that?
It's 2016, 2017, something
Yeah.
like that. I was in the 7th row.
Yeah.
I couldn't.
Awesome.
I had ringing in my ears for like 7 days afterwards.
That's awesome.
You had tinnitus.
I did. Absolutely did.
Were you a Linkin Park fan
I
back
was
in the day?
not,
No.
No.
Really?
No.
I would have thought that was your wheelhouse.
I
Late
never.
90s?
No, I didn't get. That's more early 2000s. I never got into a lot of that early 2000s rock metal.
No.
Like Limp Bizkit, Linkin Park.
Yeah.
Power Man 5000. All that crap. I hated it.
Really?
Yeah.
So not a Fred Durst guy, huh?
No.
With a red Yankee hat?
No.
All right, that'll do it for today in music history as we get to Who Won Twitter Today.
Who won Twitter?
NP Bixler wins Twitter. He says, if Taylor can swing Florida, they should just run her for president. I mean, it's such a good point.
They might as well. I mean, that would
Exactly.
be like, that's your Powerball victory that you
Yep.
never anticipate happening,
Yep.
which I don't think will happen. So we'll leave it at that, and we will leave you now. The Dawn Show is coming up in 5 minutes. Everybody have a great rest of your Thursday. We will certainly talk about Trump and SCOTUS today. Also, I believe the Tucker Carlson-Putin interview drops later this evening, so expect people to be furious on the left that Tucker interviewed the leader of Russia, and we'll have all sorts of good stuff on a Friday tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 6.
If I were smart, I'd say thank you and leave.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
Imagine it's the final game of the season, but your symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, are making a comeback. What should you do? Keep managing your constipation with belly pain the same old way? Or try getting ahead of your symptoms by talking to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying